Good morning, everybody. My name is John Williams. We seem to have an echo, do we, around the place? Excellent. Can everybody turn their mics off on their computers and things? Getting a bit of an echo. Are we? No, Dina, not a problem at all. Oh, hang on, we're back again. Great. Yeah, it's my pleasure. SUPER-G conference. We've got a mixture of online and in person. So for the people in the room, please can I ask you to turn all your mobile phones onto silent. I should also say that we're not allowed to bring any drinks or food into the room here. If we could eat those outside, that would be much appreciated by the hosts here. That'd be great. We don't have any plans for a fire alarm test this morning. So if you do hear a loud siren noise, make your way out to the emergency exits at the front there promptly, and basically don't wait for me because I'll be out already. Okay. Toilets are at the entrance to the building as well for those who require those. Yeah, as we're online and in person, can people in the room please make sure they speak into the microphones so that people online can hear what we're saying? That would be really good. We have a very packed and busy program, it's fair to say, covering all aspects of permanent grassland management, the ecosystem services that permanent grassland provide, and the multi-functionality of permanent grasslands as well. So there's lots to cover over the next few hours or so. We have two sessions this morning. The first gives an overview of the project and an overview of permanent grassland management in Europe, both from a policy perspective and from a farmer's perspective. And then we move on to discuss some of the outputs of this wonderful project, which has been great fun to work on over the rest of the sessions. We will have some break around about 10:30 or so, 11:40 or so, and then move on to other aspects of the project. And we will also have opportunities to ask questions after each presentation. But what's really good about the sessions today is that we have panel discussions when we can get into some more detail of the discussion about the issues relating to permanent grassland management, which I think is really good. So we've got a panel discussion just before lunch, which will be around about 1:30. And then the second in the afternoon, we have two further sessions looking at policy implementation and another panel discussion at the end, where we will aim to finish around about 4 o'clock. I'm sure the discussions will be able to continue over a cup of tea or possibly over a beer in a local hostelry or something like that. So really looking forward to the day. For those of you online, if you have any questions, please can I ask you to put them into the chat and we will pick them up. We'll do our best because there's quite a lot of you online, so we'll do our best to pick up as many questions as we can. But again, we can hold them over for the panel discussions later in the program. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce Paul Newell-Price, who has been a fantastic project manager for the SUPER-G project over the last 5 years or so. He was going to give us an overview of the SUPER-G project. Paul, over to you.
Right. Thank you, John. Do I need your mic?
You do. Sorry, you need that fellow as well. Yeah, so flip that onto you.
Right.
Okay.
Thank you, John. Good morning, everybody. Good to see so many friendly faces here and online, although I can't see the ones online yet, but welcome, everybody. Yeah, so it's my task not to give an overview of the SUPER-G project, because that's really what today is all about. In the many hours we've got, we can just about do an overview. I'm just going to give an introduction to the project. So most of the people in the room will be familiar with what I'm going to talk about, but some online may not be quite so familiar. So yeah, the title of the SUPER-G project is Developing Sustainable Permanent Grassland Systems and Policies, but the key thing is, I think it's important just to define what we're talking about in terms of permanent grasslands. So all the way through the project, from the start, we've been working to this definition. So we're looking at permanent grasslands in terms of any land dominated by grasses or herbaceous forage that can be grazed, mown, and has not been included in the crop rotation of a holding for 5 years or more. There are other definitions out there, but that's the one we've been working to. So with that definition, it means that we're covering a whole range of different types of grassland. So some grassland that's quite frequently renewed, and some grassland that's probably never been cultivated and has been in place for hundreds of years. So right from your high output production grassland to your species rich grasslands. So that's the definition that we've been working to. In terms of the project as a whole, this single slide kind of neatly summarizes what we've been doing. So in terms of the main aim, we've been looking to co-develop sustainable permanent grassland systems and policies. So by co-develop, we mean working with researchers, advisors, farmers and policymakers mainly. And looking at these this management of permanent grassland that's effective, not only in optimizing productivity, but also with supporting biodiversity and delivering other ecosystem services. And I'll go on to specify which ecosystem services we've been looking at in a minute. In terms of methodology, we've had 22 project partners across 14 countries, 6 biogeographic regions, and we'll illustrate that in a moment as well in terms of our spatial coverage. We've been doing benchmarking and testing across 23 farm networks and 17 experimental platforms. We've had the evidence reviews, expert elicitation and modelling, which we'll hear about more today. In terms of outcomes and impact, on the natural science side, we're looking to better understand the importance and functioning of PG, and the social science side, how farmers, their attitude towards PG management and citizens' priorities and preferences as well. And then right across the project through this transdisciplinary approach, and on the farm networks, farm platforms, looking to increase the availability and uptake of PG management options and technologies. And with our economics assessments, looking at improving the competitiveness of farming systems based on permanent grassland. And then finally, looking to really inform the development of agricultural policies that support the optimal management of PG in its various contexts. So quite a challenge across the board. In terms of the actual ecosystem services we've been looking at, I'm not forwarding for some reason. You forward for us. There we go. Yeah, so in terms of the 6 or 7 ecosystem services we've been looking at, just quickly go through them. So food production is the first one, biodiversity and pollination, climate regulation, so greenhouse gas emissions and soil carbon, water quality, mediation of water flows and erosion control, and then landscape and recreation, including cultural values. So looking at how these different ecosystem services relate to each other, the synergies and the various trade-offs between them. In terms of the geographical coverage, this slide neatly shows the spread of the project partners, east to west, north to south, covering the 6 biogeographic regions: Atlantic, continental, Pannonian, Alpine, Boreal, and Mediterranean. And this is how we structured the project as a whole, to try and cover all of those regions and how PG is managed within them. And then finally, this is the last talk we'll have today of work packages, because we're not going to talk in terms of work packages today. We're talking in terms of the various themes. But just so you know, this is how the project was structured. So in terms of the engine of the projects at work package 2 to work package 4, we've had running Shields from Wageningen Research leading on the natural science in the work package called Delivering Sustainable Systems. That's looking at better understanding how PG delivers for the various ecosystem services and how that relates to other land uses. Work package 3, we've got Maria Klopcic from Ljubljana, University of Ljubljana, in the benchmarking and testing work package. So that's working with the farmers, the co-innovation farm workshops, the surveys, the field experiments, trials and experimentation and modeling. And then work package 4, led by Lynn Frewer. We've been looking at the socioeconomics, the social science, looking at reviews of economics in terms of tipping points for farmer decision-making, farmers' priorities and preferences around PG management, but also the citizen perspective, and then how that sort of relates to policy. And then in work package 5, Francis Lively-Lathby has been leading on what we call the aiding decision-making. So that's looking at the tools, decision support tools that are available to farmers. So first of all, a review of what tools were already out there, and then the development of a farm level tool and a policy tool, which we'll hear about later. And then in terms of the communication of project outputs, Dina Lopez from Consular leading on those aspects, and you'll have opportunity to see videos, and you've got the fact sheets in your booklets and various others, multimedia and other material that's available on the project. And then finally, Lynn and I focusing on the management and ethics requirements of the project as a whole. So that gives you a sort of introduction to the project in terms of the key issues we've been looking at, the key themes we've been looking at around permanent grassland. And with that, I'll pass back to John.
Thank you very much indeed.
Lovely.
Lovely. Thanks very much, Paul. And I think we've had a really good project team here, which has been able to cover with experts who have been able to cover all the different aspects that permanent grassland provides. And I think Paul needs to be congratulated on bringing together such a disparate group of people in such an excellent way, working together. So well done, Paul. Moving on to the next speaker, I'm absolutely delighted to welcome Carlo Pagliacci from DG Agri to talk to us today. Obviously, Carlo's going to be speaking to us about the agricultural and environmental policy supporting permanent grassland, which is very, very important in supporting the services that permanent grassland provides. So, Carlo, very much looking forward to hearing what you've got to say.
Thank you. Okay. So first of all, thanks a lot for inviting me. I represent DG Agri. I am working in, let's say, in the economic unit, let's say, so the policy unit doing with economics, but of course, I'm also responsible for the definition of the permanent grassland. So it involves a lot of aspects, also environmental and social aspects. Just on the definition, I would like to start with mentioning that we have a slight different definition in the legislation from what you take into account for your study. And I have to say it comes from the experience and comes also from the interpretation. There are also, let's say, rulings from the Court of Justice that stretched, let's say, the concept of permanent grassland and include not only herbaceous forage, but also other species that can provide feed for the animals. So our concept is maybe a bit broader, which is not, I mean, a problem, on the contrary, in some cases. But okay, this said, I'm very grateful for this invitation, and I have to say I'm an agronomist as well, and I really I like the project. I mean, the scope and the broad, let's say, scope of the project, and there is a lot to learn. So for me, I'm here to hear what you say, hear the conclusion of this project, and also to possibly, let's say, take into account this in view of the development of the legislation. This is very important for us. So to come to my presentation, yeah, okay, this is just a reminder of what what the new CAP does for in general, but I would say if we report this to permanent grassland, we can say that permanent grassland may have an impact on all of these objectives, economic, environmental, and social. We know that permanent grassland is mainly located in marginal areas, and so all those aspects are very important. We are concerned on all sides. That's what I said in the beginning. So to be concrete in for the CAP instrument that may concern permanent grassland, of course, just a step back, we have the first point on the right is performance-based approach. So we will look more at the result than to the instrument themselves. And in particular, we have, the regulation gives much more leeway to the member states to decide what is necessary for them. So this implementation and definitions and whatever will be adapted to the local situations. This said, the third point is important, ensuring the level playing field, meaning that we have framework, let's say, definitions and framework instruments that can be implemented. So, it is not completely free for the member state to decide what to do and how to act. So this is very important for us. And so in this implementation, the member state can choose around these instruments. So we have a rural development that probably is one of the most important. So the support for agro-environmental measures, the area with natural constraints, and then we have the direct payments. Direct payments, very often we have noticed that there is also the possibility that on permanent grassland, the support is lower. Not lower because there is less need, but lower for, let's say, historical reasons or other economic reasons. But this can be compensated by other, for example, ANC. Mainly, it is mountain areas, so it doesn't equal automatically to permanent grassland, but very often it is overlap with permanent grassland. And also eco schemes. There are eco schemes that are based on extensification, livestock density, and whatever. So land management. So they can also have an impact on biodiversity, also on the permanent grassland. The couple support. There is not a direct link to the permanent grassland, but indirectly by animal grazing, the support is given by head of livestock units. And so indirectly, we can say that it can benefit the permanent grassland, even though, it depends from the eligibility conditions set up by the member states. And yeah. And then we have cross-cutting instruments like the conditionality and the ACIS. So that can impact on the permanent grassland directly or indirectly. So to go forward, we have to, stay linked to the reality on the ground. Here is it's the period covered the period 2006-2021, and this shows reduction of the meat production, and in particular sheep meat and goat meat. This means that probably this has an impact on land abandonment, and the concern this land abandonment mainly the permanent grassland. So this is something to be addressed. This is something to be followed, and possibly to verify the impact. On all this, the scope of your study on the situation. Also to understand the reasons why this happens, which may have different, I mean, be seen by different angles. So, okay, this to come back on the areas with natural constraints. They are located more or less in all the member states, and I mean, there is a specific support. It depends from the member state choice, and it can a bit compensate and counter this land abandonment on those areas. So, as regard the environmental protection, of course, as you know, we have those two GAEC 1 and GAEC 9. They are a bit controversial, I would say, on certain aspects, but it shows I mean, it's first of all, it's a carryover of previous rules, so it is not new. But it is very important to maintain at least the ratio, so the area devoted to permanent grassland. I would say when I look at the previous slide on the decline of the meat production, of course, there is an issue we have to be aware, because land which is not used anymore for grazing animals, and where animals are not more profitable, we are obliging the farmers to stay with this permanent grassland, not to convert this permanent grassland. So this is sometimes a criticism that we receive. Of course, we have to find solutions, and it is okay for the member state to see how to also to play with this this situation. Yeah. So here is just probably you know, but just a reminder of what are the eligibility rules of the new regulation compared to the past. So, as I said in the beginning, there is more leeway for the member state to decide what is a certain definition, let's say, in general. So we have a definition of permanent grassland, of course. There was, I mean, in the previous regulation 1307, the definition of grass was fixed, was written in the Basic Act. Now it is no more the case. So member state can, for example, decide that certain plants can be part of the definition of grass. It is an administrative, let's say, definition, not a botanical or whatever, I mean, scientific definition, but it can help also to include as much as possible these other species that are not the classic ones that you can find into the pastures. And also there is a possibility to consider as eligible all the area of the plot of land, of the parcels, which also include some shrubs and trees, also if they are not productive. So those who are productive, they are in, more or less by definition, more or less, because it's again a decision of the member states. But in this case, also non-productive elements can be part of the eligible area, so that the farmers are not, let's say, penalized, and are not, let's say, incentivized to remove all these valuable, let's say, elements. And then we have the definition of agroforestry. Agroforestry, in particular, when we talk about the silvopastoralism, it's very important. in the previous regulation was not recognized at all. I mean, it was defined agroforestry in the rural development regulation, because there was support to introduce trees and so to create agroforestry systems. Now the objective is to cover any kind of area of agricultural area, and so member states define it depending on the conditions. As I mentioned before, I mean the landscape features. It is for the member state to define the limits. Before also was limited to very well framed 100 trees per hectare, 2 meters width of hedges and ditches, and the single element could not be more than 100 square meters. Now it is for the member state. Of course, it should be. I mean, it is approved by the Commission, so it is in connection with the reality on the field. And also on the pro rata reduction, which is a system to define how much of the area is eligible for the payments. There is a leeway to for example, the 10%, it was the minimum to accept whatever rocks or ineligible elements, and now it is for the member state to possibly decide how much is this basic threshold. So here is the definition of permanent grassland. As I said, the grass, I mean, this is the implementation actually of the member states. Most of the member states remained with the definition that we had before. So grass, it's all the species, the plants that are commonly found into pastures. And now it can include other species, but not all member states decided to go in that direction. So that's it. And then on the inclusion of area covered by trees that can produce animal feed, only few member states, Ireland, Cyprus, France, only for some regions, Spain and Greece, decided to go for that option. And also the decision to decide that where grass is not predominant in parcel, it is eligible if it is under established local practices, and this was decided also by some member states. As regards the agroforestry, I put agroforestry because I think it's very much relevant. Yes, 2 minutes left. So there was a change, I mean, in the implementation, so more flexibility, and also taking into account this interconnection with, let's say, other rules on eligibility. Yeah. So, yeah. These are the decision on the eligible hectares, because eligible hectares also allow to introduce this flexibility on the minimum size of the let's say landscape features. Okay, you have here, and okay, yes, I can. I remember it was the last one, and so I mean it was. I mean. It was used, this flexibility. This is the main concept that I want to convey to you. This flexibility was, I mean, used only partially. I mean, the member states were quite maybe satisfied with the previous regulation and previous implementation, but I think there is also, because it's new, they were not, let's say, prepared. They were prepared, but we will see with the first years of implementation whether there is room for maneuver for the member state to improve this flexibility that they have in terms of recognition of permanent grasslands.
Brilliant, Carlo. Thank you very much indeed for that. That was a very useful overview of the policy. We've got time for one quick question to Carlo, if there's anyone in the room or online. No, no problem. That's great. Excellent. We can keep to time. Next, we're going to go online and we're going to hear from Paul O'Brien, who'll be presenting on permanent grassland from a farmer's perspective. Paul's works with Copper Cogeca here, and we're very grateful for Copper Cogeca hosting us here today at the meeting. So, Paul, I hope you can hear us, and over to you.
I can indeed, and very good morning to you. I'm online here in Ireland, and just to give you a little bit of a background about me, I'm a full-time farmer. So my work with Copper Cogeca and the Irish Farmers Association is a voluntary position. So I dedicate a lot of time to, I suppose, working with farmers and helping farmers. And I think it's great to have a farmer's perspective at your conference today. So look, I've asked the Secretariat there to pass on the presentation and present for me, if that's okay. Yep, excellent. So look, I suppose really the important thing of this is that so much of our agricultural land, particularly in a country like Ireland, is a grass-based system. Upwards of 85 to 90% of our land would be from a grass system, a permanent grassland. And it's essential, I suppose, and the importance of this cannot be underestimated. So if we go to the slide, it's the state of play at where we are today. So this gives you the European perspective. So the current state of play in the agriculture on permanent grassland. So at the moment, beef production is around 75 million head in the EU based on 2020 figures. Our production is expected to fall, though, by about 0.9% between now and 2032. The total EU cow herd is set to decrease by 2.1 million head as well. And that most certainly follows on from what Carlos said in the last presentation. Also, sheep are in decline. We expect 4 million animals to have left the sector over the last couple of years. And I suppose really when you do look at the risk of land abandonment in certain regions, it's really when I suppose there's a low cost production. The common agricultural policy's probably been more challenged in order to support an income on those particular areas of the EU. Also, goat production, we're looking at about 11 million goats in 2022. So that's a state of play of where we are now. So if you pass on to the next one, and I think really, I suppose we are getting into kind of the importance of where we see the importance of permanent grassland. So if you look at the environmental aspects, obviously, water, air quality, climate, biodiversity, and climate and biodiversity, as we know, are becoming, I suppose, the key indicators, the key important factors with farming, sustainable farming with nature. It's becoming very, very, I suppose, it's becoming very, very important. Energy resources, preservation of landscapes, etc. I would just also like to say that from an economic and social point of view, the importance of permanent grassland in regions and areas cannot be underestimated. It's normally in areas, particularly in, I suppose, the fringe countries such as Ireland, where you would have land going into grassland or remaining in grassland, where there's really less ability to be able to actually plough or to, cultivate that type of land. So it's in heavier types of land, it's in hillier types of land. So therefore, I suppose the social importance of grassland in those areas cannot be underestimated in any shape or form. So we move on to the next role, the role of ruminants in agriculture for permanent grassland. So it's critical for maintaining livelihoods, as I've said, including farmers' incomes in areas without other realistic alternatives. I suppose the importance for that is that in regions where you would have your large town, you'd have your many villages and smaller towns in many parts of the European Union are under pressure. There's no doubt about that. And agriculture and its importance in the local economy cannot be underestimated. So it's to try to keep as many of these farmers in those regions as possible. And the importance for that cannot be underestimated. So located in areas suitable for this type of production. So in other words, as I said, in an Irish context, it's very, very much areas where there is not the ability to do much else with that land. So ploughing or going in with heavy, I suppose, tractors is not advisable, it's not recommended, and it's maybe undoable. So as a result, permanent grassland in those areas is an important aspect. It's a very important land feature as well. So important to achieving our environmental equilibrium in these regions because of grasslands, hedges maintained by livestock, and the source of diversity for the European landscape. I suppose we don't like to see a kind of, I suppose, a one landscape. You need various landscapes. It's good. It's vitally important for biodiversity. Hedges and is a major source for biodiversity and habitats, and it's vitally important that we were able to keep them. I suppose it was practices in the past where lots of hedgerows were taken out, but now the encouragement and establishment of hedgerows is being very, very much encouraged. So it's indispensable for maintaining pastures and carbon sinks. As we know, the longer that a field is in permanent pasture, permanent grassland, the less, I suppose, leakage of emissions takes place. That's not to say that, we are in a world where you have the ability to, I suppose, improve your pastures, obviously adapting with new clovers and legumes as well, and multi-species swards. It's very, very encouraging. So we are subject to some of the highest, strictest standards in all of world agriculture under all of the EU, I suppose, constraints that we would have linked to the Common Agricultural Policy. And some of those are very, very understandable. And I suppose we are seeing, particularly with the farm to fork, and over the last couple of weeks, as we all know, there's been a lot of displeasure by some farmers and some farmers' unions. But the reality is that I suppose we all are on this journey of how to improve the living world that we're living in. Supporting a farm family concept. And if you take a look at the average size of a holding, 34 hectares of land is supporting 47 livestock units. So in the overall context of, I suppose, global agriculture, it's a very, very small number, but it's a number that needs to be protected in order to, I suppose, to maintain the social fabric that would be in rural areas. So we move on to the next slide, and there's 3 slides here which we're all very, very familiar with. It's all of the kind of, supposed to regulatory process that we work in. It's the direct payments and the Common Agricultural Policy. The rules that support this, we're all very, very aware of them. And obviously the change last year in 2023 for a new cap, for new BIS payments. And I suppose really that's an ongoing process. And I suppose as a farmer myself, some of those are, I would suggest, would be very problematic for us. But I suppose we do always understand that we are in a scenario where if you are receiving money from Europe, then there are certain conditions that you have to farm in. So obviously market measures, EU scale for classifications of beef, rules for reopening of markets of beef, unfair trading practices, animal welfare. So they're just some of them, and our 3 slides of all of the, I suppose, all of the regulations and all of the I suppose the hurdles and that farmers would say that we have to get over in order to receive money from the Common Agricultural Policy. So look, there's 3 slides there, very, very quickly. You know, animal welfare, animal health, environmental sustainability, all of these, the regulations, water, the nitrates regulations, all of these we're all very, very familiar with, I suppose, from the regulatory, I suppose, angle of this. So if I move on to the next slide, and I think this is really where I really want to talk to you about, is probably the progress achieved over the last number of years. Yeah, that slide's perfect. So it's really to say, you know, where were we? Where are we now, and where can we possibly be into the future? So if you look at the European greenhouse gas emissions from agriculture, including livestock, saw a reduction of 25.2% from 1990 to 2019 in the EU. This was due to the reductions in agricultural emissions of methane by 21%, aerotropic fermentation by 22%, and manure management by 17%, and nitrous oxide by 19%. So what this is effectively saying, and as we know, farmers are using, I suppose, the raw materials better. There's a better understanding, I suppose, knowledge, research, considerably better understanding of, I suppose, what we're doing with our products and the products that we're purchasing, whether it's fertilizers, whether it's slurries, and how we're better able to use them. And that's sort of obviously helping us to meet standards and reduce our, I suppose, our greenhouse gas effects and going forward. So between 1990 and 2016, a significant reduction in emissions was already achieved. More efficient use of fertilizers and manures, progressive implementation of agriculture and environmental initiatives, structural reforms of the Common Agricultural Policy, and most certainly an increase in efficiency. And I think if we look back to where we were maybe a generation ago, we were achieving much better results with the same level of, I suppose, genetics has had a major improvement in particularly the dairy industry, also the beef industry as well, to give us, I suppose, better returns, to give us better, I suppose, production, and probably using the same or maybe even less inputs along the way. And that's all comes with, I suppose, better research from a particularly grass-based system. I'm looking at some of the figures that we have here in Ireland, where many of our farms are able to achieve 16 tons of dry matter per year now, and it's a fantastic figure. So the progress that has been made, we'll continue that on. However, the EU's emissions reductions have been offset, at least in part, by increased production outside the EU. So I do have to put my Copa Cogeca, I suppose, farming lobby hat on for this, to suggest that, you know, while European farmers are working hard, we do fear the problems that while the bar for our production is getting higher, the ask is getting higher. The problem is that we are susceptible to outside countries with their imports coming into the union and maybe undermining our price, and that is a big concern for farmers, and particularly we're still looking at the so-called Mercosur deal that's still in the background. So look, just for this, so our reductions have been reduced. Sorry, our emissions have been reduced and our production has increased in some parts, but we are constantly looking around the corner to what could possibly be, I suppose, the perfect storm for us in our industry with inputs. But maintaining permanent pasture systems to avoid land abandonment acts as an important carbon sink, as we know. 34% of the utilised agricultural area in the EU is under permanent pasture, and that's mainly due to livestock activity, as we know. And as I said, in Ireland, we're particularly outlier where some of, I think our figure, according to our CSO, was 92% of our land was in permanent pasture back in 2017. So we move on to the next slide, and it's what progress can be made, has been achieved in the past, and current incentives and policies. So carbon storage in grassland is not yet accounted when measuring the sector's contribution to reducing greenhouse gas emissions, and it should be as a representative and an important share. Now, we believe, and I was at a conference yesterday in the Fertilizer Association, and we believe that it's probably even going to be up to 2028 before we're really given very accurate figures here in Ireland on how much carbon sequestration potential our permanent grasslands would have, particularly on our mineral type soils. So we're still a good way away from being able to really calculate the carbon, I suppose, sequestration potential. And while we're in that strange 4 or 5 year period now, there's a lot of, I suppose, uncertainty. We would love to have the figures. We would love to be able to balance the books maybe from an inventory point of view. But at the moment, it's certainly out of our hands until the research is conducted. So losing productions to less efficient regions abroad would automatically entail carbon leakage, as the Joint Research Centre and European Commission Science and Knowledge Service have noted in their 2020 analysis of the Farm to Fork strategy. And believe you me, from a farmer and representing farmers, this is a recurring theme. Our production systems have to be higher and higher, but our price could be undermined. Our return price could be undermined by other factors outside our control. So we move on to the next slide, please, and it's the future potential of the sector and tools needed to deliver. So I think this is really the important one, because from an environmental, I suppose, aspiration, there's no doubt about it, farmers are on this journey. We do hear much talk about carbon farming and the ability to, I suppose, maximize some of our income from our potential to carbon farm. But at the moment, there's still considerable amounts of work, I believe, in order to bring that down to farm level, to really encourage farmers to go on that journey. So on the mitigation potential within the sector, the ruminant sector is committed to continuing on the EU's greenhouse gas emissions goals with the help of research and technology. EU farmers and livestock producers are involved in voluntary initiatives such as the Live Beef Carbon to test out further possibilities for identifying and developing climate-friendly farms and practices. And I suppose one other thing really is that we do, with the amount of potential within the sector to reduce our ability to, I suppose, reduce our emissions, we still may be a number of years away from having the proper feed inhibitors and the additives to our slurries in order to reduce more. Lots of research is being done, but we are still, unfortunately, a little bit away. And just continuing on, so the environmental pillar aspects, the mitigation options that provide multiple environment benefits must be favoured when considering ways to allow the sector to reduce its impact on climate change. For example, pasture and grassland-based livestock systems can simultaneously contribute to carbon sequestration, biodiversity protection, water storage, and the preservation of water quality, as well as the prevention of fire, floods, and erosion. And I think that says a lot too. Continuing on to the next slide, and it's the future potential of the sector. So the social and economic pillars of this. So the support of cattle production in marginal, and I would also put sheep as well, support cattle and sheep production in marginal agricultural land, as well as the mountainous regions should be improved. Benefits to biodiversity and landscape management. Social sustainability should be recognised and legally defined. Carbon credits and carbon markets needs to be properly established. I think that's a key one, that slide, because ultimately we've been farming livestock for thousands of years in the EU, but now I think more so than ever it's becoming considerably more challenging, with younger generations of farmers turning their back on the industry. To continue this going forward is going to be a serious challenge. As we all know, the age profile of farmers is rising. Very few younger generation are coming in, and that's going to be a particular challenge for the whole of the EU member states. That's going to be, I would suggest, the big challenge going forward in order to sustain economic outputs in regions and encourage a new generation into agriculture going forward. So in conclusions, and I think this is my very last slide, and as I said, you know, it's permanent grasslands are fundamental to the European agricultural way of life, but also they're the cornerstone to biodiversity ecosystems across the Union. They must be protected and supported through environments, but also highly important economic and social sustainability for these rural areas. Their management is sometimes something that evolves, and the European farmers and agri-cooperatives will strive to see improvements in greenhouse gas reductions and other environmental issues, as long as we're supported to do so. And look, I suppose that's the most important thing. The CAP was designed for a specific goal. It's now been asked to do considerably more. And without a efficient common agricultural policy budget to go with all of the asks of farmers, it's becoming increasingly more challenged. And we have a saying here in Ireland, you can't be green if you're in the red. And I think really, unfortunately, that sums it up. We do need to be supported in order to deliver the multiple benefits of, I suppose, food production, social and environmental good in rural areas, but also to provide Europe with good sustainable food, improving biodiversity, reducing emissions, and also being a carbon sequestration sink in our land. So look, thank you for allowing me to present to you this morning. And I suppose really that's it from a farmer's perspective. And I wish you all very success for the rest of your meeting. Thank you.
Paul, that was absolutely fantastic. Thank you very much for that very comprehensive overview of the challenges facing farmers, and absolutely puts into context what we're trying to deal with here. So thanks ever so much for that. I think it's worth delaying our coffee for a little while just to take some questions, if we've got any in the room to start with. Oh, blimey. Eric, could you put your microphone on? If you just press when it says speak. Speak B. Speak B or speak it. There you go.
Speak A. Okay, thank you, Paul, very much. Fascinating presentation. Yesterday, I was holding a lecture for my agricultural rural management students in Sweden, and we were discussing the farm protests. And one of the things I was asking them was, why aren't the Swedish farmers protesting? And something that characterizes, I think, beef production, other areas of production, are some of the lowest antibiotic usage in Europe, very low levels of nitrate, or relatively low levels of nitrate usage, strict animal welfare laws. And I'm very curious how farmers around Europe, kind of resonate. If we stop imports from other countries, does that also mean that Sweden stops importing low-priced German beef, for example, or pork from Denmark with their tails cut off? Where do we draw the line, and how do we do it in a smart way?
Okay, I think that's a very good question, Eric. And I would always say that world food production and world food consumption is like a chessboard. And if one square becomes available, somebody will come in and put something on that square. And I think from the industry's point of view, we've been asked, and I suppose the reason why there's been protests throughout Europe, we've been expected to do lots of change over the last number of years. The farm to fork, it was very aspirational, and maybe a bit of a criticism about member state governments, but particularly the Commission. I think it really failed to have the dialogue necessary to explain the process that, okay, this is good, but you will be supported in the transition. I think the transition has become the problem. If you feel that you're not going to be supported, and commodity prices are going up and our materials and our fertilizer after the Ukrainian war and everything seemed to be out of flux. Then at that stage, the farm to fork maybe should have been slowed down for a certain period of time in order to allow maybe a certain reset. I think it was maybe in hindsight, it was wrong to probably progress at such a pace. It should have probably been slowed down while farmers were given an opportunity to have an alternative income. It's because if you're told that your food is nearly public enemy number one now, and our production, and that's been what has been said, that animal and meat and dairy products are very much a problem because of their emissions, then we now have a problem, because unless there's viable alternatives put in place for farmers to receive a new income stream, there's always going to be serious concerns. But the big, I suppose, the enormous elephant in the room as well has been the Mercosur deal. And from a farmer to be able to, I cannot compete, and European farmers would feel that they cannot compete with very cheap imports coming from other countries. And I think that's the big challenge. We don't see this as a level playing field. We're seeing that our price is being threatened, that we receive, our cost of production is increasing, and the price that we receive as a producer is always price sensitive to European consumers. It's a big challenge, but I do feel that the reason why farmers have been protesting is basically because a lot of uncertainty, a lot of worry, a lot of very nervous people who have invested lots of money and time into their individual business. And, many policies are now colliding to what I would say is the perfect storm, Eric.
Thanks very much for that, Paul. That's really good and a fantastic presentation. Because of time, I'm afraid we're going to have to move on, but I'm sure a lot of the points that you've raised will be brought up in the panel discussion later on. So please hang around if you can. That'd be brilliant. And thanks again for a lovely presentation. Right, moving on to our next session. We're moving over from Ireland, thanks to the wonders of the internet, we're able to move over from Ireland all the way over to Wageningen. And I'm delighted to invite René Shields from Wageningen Research, who's been a leading work package 2 as part of the SUPER-G project. And he's going to give us a flavour of the work that's been done to look at the typologies of grassland across Europe, in particular the extent, condition and threats and management of grassland. So not a small task there, René, but the airwaves and floras are yours.
Just a moment. I'm going to share from here. Is that okay?
There we go. Over to you, René.
Okay. I talk as Alexander, and I would be sharing from myself, but I see I can't share. So is that okay, or are you controlling?
Yeah. You should be able to share now, René. You're all right, mate.
Okay.
Looking good?
Okay, yeah.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, thanks, John. So, like you said, in this talk, I will address the provision of ecosystem services from permanent grasslands. And although I am presenting this work, this is really a huge team effort of all people that have contributed to the work in this work package. So thanks to those already. And And before we take off to the contents, I would like to reiterate, we've heard it before, but this is really, permanent grasslands is really very important for its, let's say, its potential for multifunctionality. So not only producing feed, but also contributing to biodiversity and many ecosystem services. And that's what this talk is about, let's say, mainly about how we can unlock this potential for multifunctionality. And I've got 3 sections in my talk. So first of all, I will take you across Europe and have a look together with the help of 2 tools that we've developed within SUPER-G of where we find permanent grassland across Europe. Then I'll move on to the ecosystem services from permanent grasslands, so depending on the types and on the management. And then I'll close off with the final aim of this presentation is to see how we can, like I said, unlock this potential for multifunctionality. So if we look at where we find permanent grasslands in Europe, we have got 2 typologies developed within SUPER-G. First one is a farming systems typology, and it's mainly based on these 3 criteria. It's the proportion of permanent grassland, the type of livestock, and then its subcategories that are present on the farm, and the stocking rate. And I'll show you, and also need to say here that this is based on the FIDN data. First of all, the proportion of permanent grassland on the farm, and this, well, you might recognize this map a bit if you also have looked at the Eurostat maps. It's pretty similar actually. So you find high proportions of permanent grassland in, for instance, in Ireland and also in the mountainous regions, and extremely low proportions, for instance, in Denmark, but also in some of the eastern countries. If I then move on to livestock species, it's quite obvious that beef cattle, so in the, let's say, the reddish color, beef cattle and milking cows are really, let's say, the predominant farm types using permanent grasslands. If you move further down to the south, the yellowish areas there, you see that sheep and goats are more the dominant livestock species present on permanent grasslands. And then, of course, there are all kinds of mixed ruminants, mixed ruminants and horses, for instance, or combinations with arable farms as well. The second typology we developed within SUPER-G is the permanent grassland typology. And it consists of, it has 2 levels. It consists of 9 level 1 types. And then within each level 1 type, we have a split into 2 level 2 types. So 18 types all over. And on the left-hand side, you see the main criteria for these for this typology. So it's first, let's say, the presence of management. When there's no management present, then you have the unmanaged grasslands. Then if you go down into the managed grasslands, you go down to 1 step lower, you check whether there's a woody plant cover. If it's more than 10% covered by shrubs or trees, then you go into the woody plant types. Then you go 1 step further, you question whether the grassland is renewed at least every 15 years or not. If it's renewed frequently, then it's the frequently renewed permanent grassland. And then you end up with what you call the real permanent grassland. And there is a further subdivision based on the management intensity, but also on the climate, whether it's in a favorable climate region or in a marginal climate region. Those are the level, more or less the level 1 types, and then within each level 1 type, there's a division into level 2 types, often based on whether it's grazed, mostly grazed, or mostly cut. But also in the case of unmanaged grasslands, for instance, it's based on whether there's succession towards non-grassland types or not. It's important here to stress that this typology was developed because we think that each type here has got a comparable provision of ecosystem services, and we think that this should help in our communication with the stakeholders on how PG types deliver on different aspects of ecosystem services. Also important to stress here is that this is really an additional typology next to existing ones. For instance, the UNIS Habitat Directive, Habitat Scheme, and it's certainly not a replacement, and it really is much more a refinement, especially of all the, let's say, the large chunk of managed permanent grasslands, where this has, let's say, extensified the different branches of these managed permanent grasslands. And before I move on to the distribution of the permanent grassland types across Europe, I think it's good to have a quick look at this, because there are also, of course, very large differences in the amount of permanent grasslands depending on the biogeographic region where you are. For instance, if you are in the Atlantic or continental region, there are approximately, well, let's say around 30 million hectares of permanent grasslands, whereas in the in the other regions, it's around in the Mediterranean, it's 15, and in other regions, it's 10 or even lower. And keeping that in mind, I'm going to have a look at the distribution of these permanent grassland types in the different biogeographic regions. And first, have a look at the frequently renewed and the high-intensity grasslands. And you see here already that there's quite some difference between the regions. So in the Atlantic, this is 25% of the area. And in the continental region, it's, well, between 10 and 15% approximately. But if you combine it with the small map at the right, where you see the total area within these continental regions, you see that these high intensity and frequently renewed permanent grasslands well, take up quite a large area in the whole of Europe. If you then add the medium intensity grasslands, so these vary between, well, 40 to 60% approximately. And it's good to note here that there is a distinction between medium intensity in favorable climates, so no restrictions on precipitation or drought or high temperatures or low temperatures, sorry. So that's mainly in the Atlantic region, where we have a high proportion of favorable climate. Whereas in the boreal and the alpine regions, you have a high proportion of marginal climate, so lots of climate restrictions to grass growth. Whereas in the other regions, let's say, we find favorable climates and marginal climates as well. Then the low intensity grasslands, well, it's obvious that we then find those a lot in the alpine regions and the boreal regions. Very or relatively small amounts in the Atlantic, and let's say intermediate amounts in continental and Mediterranean and Pannonian regions. And finally, let's say the woody types, we find them in the alpine and mainly the Iberian Peninsula, of course. And the unmanaged grasslands are, well, 10% of lower of the total area. If you go then one layer deeper into the atlas, we also have specific maps for each permanent grassland types, giving the distribution within Europe. And I've just put 3 examples here on this slide. So on the left one, the frequently renewed, mainly cut grasslands, and we find high proportions of those in Ireland, the UK in general, France, the Netherlands, Belgium, so the Atlantic region. Then another example, which is the low intensity, mainly grazed, grasslands in marginal climates. So those are found in the alpine regions, but also along the eastern side of Europe. And finally, on the right-hand side, we find an example of the woody, in this case, mainly dominated by trees, and at a low intensity. This is a real example of the Dehesa systems, which we find in Spain and Portugal. Moving on to the second part of the presentation about the ecosystem service delivery from permanent grasslands. Paul already mentioned ecosystem services, so we concentrated on 6 ecosystem services, but within each ecosystem service there are different indicators where you can look at to judge a certain ecosystem services. So for instance, for providing clean water, with water quality, we looked at nitrogen and phosphorus concentration in water, or pesticide use. And for provision of animal feed, for instance, we looked at dry matter yields and the energy contents and the protein contents. And in the remainder of the presentation, I will aggregate everything to the level of the ecosystem service. But it's important to realize that these indicators are underlying to these ecosystem services. And although in many situations, indicators point into the same direction, there are also cases where indicators within one ecosystem service point into different directions. So it's good to remember that. Well, what kind of evidence did we use to value the different the management and the PG types on their delivery of ecosystem services? So first of all, we did a very large systematic literature review. So we started with over 10,000 papers, and these were, after a selection procedure, these were brought down to 700 papers that were extracted for detailed analysis. And on the map here, you can see that the papers originate mainly, let's say, from a broad band from the west of England, or the west of Europe, across Central Europe to the east. And well, the bulk of the literature is, of course, from areas where we find a lot of permanent grassland. That's quite obvious, but also in areas where there's less permanent grasslands, there's still quite a lot of studies extracted for this review. Then in a second stage, we did some detailed meta-analysis. For instance, looking at the effect of nitrogen on plant richness, or the effect of lime, nitrous oxide emissions, and these will be dealt with in the next talks by Mark and Mohammed. And the third source of evidence was, of course, the expert opinion, which we also used in two studies to assess the effect of management and to assess the effect of PG type. And I'll concentrate on those last ones now. So first, I'm going to have a look at the ecosystem services from depending on the PG type, and I'm going to use these kind of spider diagrams. So on the top, you have the animal feed, and then going clockwise, biodiversity, climate regulation, etc., up to aesthetics and recreation. And the score is indicated. So in the center, you have a low score. So that means that a certain PG type is low for a certain ecosystem service. And if you go to the outside, then the score is higher, so it's more favorable. And I've summarized it as follows. So on the left-hand side, you see the frequently renewed and high-intensity grasslands again. You see 4 lines, but I'm not going, those are the, let's say, the lower level types, but I'm not going to too much in details. It's mainly, let's say, the large picture that you see here. So on the left, the frequently renewed and high-intensity grasslands with a high, nearly maximum provision of animal feed, and rather low scores for biodiversity and all other ecosystem services. And then if you move to the right, so going to the medium intensity, to the low intensity, you see that the, let's say, the feed peak gets a dent, it's lower, so we have a lower score for feed provision, and simultaneously we get larger scores for the other ecosystem services. Then the woody types and the low intensity types here, well, roughly speaking, more or less, you see the same kind of ecosystem delivery. And if you then look at the unmanaged grasslands at the right, so they have a, well, actually no or minimal value for feed provision and a very high value for ecosystem services. Although if you compare it, for instance, with the woody types and the low intensity types, they are not necessarily higher in terms of biodiversity always, or higher in terms of how people value the aesthetics and the recreational value of these unmanaged grasslands. Then we did a similar exercise for the effect of management on ecosystem service delivery. Here you see on the x-axis, you see the increasing provision of animal feed, and on the y-axis you see the increasing provision of the non-feed ecosystem services. And then, for instance, if you look at nitrogen on the right-hand side, you see a high positive effect, of course, on provision of animal feed, but negative effects on biodiversity, climate regulation, and on water quality. And the same goes, for instance, for renewal frequency, although less extreme, and also for plowing compared to direct seeding. So there you have a trade-off between provision of animal feed and provision of non-feed services. And of course, what's interesting are the ones on top. So for instance, the presence of legumes, or the number of sown species, where you see that they both have a positive effect on increasing the provision of animal feed, but also a positive effect on other ecosystem services. So that those are really management options that, well, on which we should focus for further development. There are also, of course, management contrasts, like for instance, here I give an example of cutting versus grazing, where you find a very wide range. So for some services, for instance, water quality, cutting is beneficial compared to grazing, whereas for climate regulation, it's, well, almost neutral. And for biodiversity, it's considered to be negative. Yeah? And we've done that for many other management options. I'm not going to talk about those in detail now, but this will all be published, and you can read that later in all the reports and the papers.
2
if I then,
minutes,
yeah,
René, is that okay?
Yeah, I'll do my best. Yeah. If we then come to the final, let's say, part, which is how to unlock this potential, then I've summarized, let's say, the previous messages in this oversimplified figure, where you have, let's say, with increasing management intensity, you have increasing feed production, lower provision of non-feed, lower provision of non-feed services. And of course, we're looking for, well, multifunctionality, so we're looking for optimum values. And the main messages really, let's let's say, depend of where you are on this scale of intensity. So, for instance, if you are on the intensive scale side of the farming business, then the message should be, well, extensify or prevent converting it into arable land. If you're on the very extensive side, be careful. Abandonment is a real threat there, and looking for synergies is something that could be done over the whole area. Then I'm going to skip this next one and moving on to the last ones, because I think this is important to show that we've developed lots of communication stuff, which should help us to, well, improve the management of the PG. So these are management leaflets. We've produced 16 of these on different kind of topics, helping farmers, consultants, how to improve multifunctionality on the farms. And finally, we are producing, and these will be ready next week, portraits of each PG type, where we summarize where you find them, what the ES delivery is. It also contains, of course, nice pictures, and each portrait is linked to one or at least one case study of a real example somewhere in Europe. And with that, I would like to close off and thank you very much for listening, and look forward to upcoming discussions on this.
René, that was a fantastic summary of a huge amount of work. Thank you very much for doing that. I guess the portraits, when they're available, will be on the website for people to have a look at and download.
Yeah, certainly. Yeah.
Great. Unfortunately, we don't have time for any questions, but I'm sure if there's any in the chat, René will answer those and get back to the people there. Moving on to our next speaker, we're moving back to Brussels now, and I'm delighted to introduce Professor Mark Whittingham, who has been leading on the biodiversity part of the project. So thank you very much, Mark.
Thank you very much, Paul. I am John. I am literally sat 1 foot away from John, and I've still got his name wrong.
At least you didn't call me Ringo.
Yeah. Good morning, everybody. I'm going to be talking about biodiversity today. So if I could have the first slide up, please. Thank you. So,
oh yeah, the fluffy microphone. Sorry.
Oh, it's that one.
Yep, no, stick it on the.
No, it's fine. It's
Yeah,
just
but-
for the recording.
Yeah, so stick.
Right.
Speak into that one, you'll be all right.
We're microphoned up. That's good. So I'm going to be talking to you about biodiversity, which is one of the 6 ecosystem services that we looked at in this project that René has mentioned. So a brief overview of the contents. I'm going to give you a very brief background, and I'm going to run through 4 pieces of evidence that link through to the systematic review that René very capably led, with a huge team of people from SUPER-G, and present some of that evidence, and then present a little bit of evidence from farm trials that were carried out, and just finish with a bit of conclusion. So if we could go to the next slide, please. For biodiversity, I wanted to give you a flavour of how the global biodiversity is related to grasslands. So on the 30th of January this year, I had a look at those species that are related to grasslands, and there were 13,905 species which have been assessed on the IUCN Red List, and 23% of those are at threat of extinction. So they're classified as vulnerable or more in danger of extinction. So that's a kind of rough summary of globally where we are on grasslands. Next slide, please. And one of the things we wanted to do in this project was to try and understand how things trade off against each other, which René has just been presenting in terms of ecosystem services. But also we wanted to do a bit more of a deep dive in terms of understanding each of those individual ecosystem services. So for biodiversity, 16,201 papers were screened as part of the larger initiative, which actually René's project had 70,456 papers that were looked through by all the 6 teams. And there were 74 papers that had detailed biodiversity information that enabled us to look at some specific questions. Next slide, please. So these are rather, they look like dartboards. So these are ways of conveying large amounts of information in a single slide. So if you look at the left-hand slide as I'm looking at it, which is A, this is a challenge for my varifocals, A, which is looking at temporary grasslands, and I'm directing you towards the top right-hand corner, which are the biodiversity results. So you can see that it's got pollinators, threatened species, and plant richness. So they are our metrics for biodiversity. And if the dots line up between the sort of beige, orangey color and the blue color, if the dots are on that line between those 2 colors, it means there's no real difference between temporary grassland and permanent grassland. But if they're more onto the blue color, they're favoring permanent grassland. So not surprisingly, higher levels of threatened species and plant species richness were recorded from the systematic review on permanent grassland compared to croplands and temporary grasslands. And B, for forests, you can see the same thing. So on lowland, typically on lowland or indeed upland agricultural land, you could face as a land manager the option to convert your land to forests, or you could keep it as permanent grassland. And those are the results for the comparison between those 2. For pollinators, favourable outcomes for permanent grassland, again, compared to temporary grassland. Next slide, please. So here we've got similar results, dartboards, but we're looking here at management. So nitrogen input and increased defoliation frequency, that could be through cutting or grazing, have significantly unfavourable effects on all biodiversity. Again, not surprisingly, but it's good to confirm that that is a strong, robust result. Increased number of species in the sward had significantly favourable effects on biodiversity, and there were consistent favourable effects of legumes reported for the abundance of pollinators. Next slide, please. So that's the results of that I've just presented from the wider systematic review. And the next 3 papers that I'm going to be talking about all come from more focused bits of work. And I'm delighted that the author of this paper in Biological Conservation 2020, Valentin Klaus, was working as a postdoc with Nina Buchmann, who is sat here today. And Nina told me just before the conference started that he has just accepted the position of a permanent chair in Germany. So Valentin was a postdoc on the project in SUPER-G, and he's obviously a very able scientist, led this project. This was his idea, and he's now a professor. So he's Professor Klaus. Nina's giving, but yeah. ECR in action, yeah. So this was Valentin's idea, which was to compare the theoretical with the practical. So there's been a lot of research which has looked at how you increase biodiversity and what happens to yield. So if you look on the y-axis, you've got yield here, productivity, and you look on the x-axis, you've got number of sown plant species. And you can see the plant species have error bars around them. So there's obviously multiple replicates that have generated those error bars. Now, the reason they have error bars is because they are randomized. This is data from a large-scale experiment that Valentin had access to. And you can see that as you increase the number of species in the sward, you get greater yield. Now, the key thing with that is that the species are randomized within those trials. And Actually, though, if you look at what a farmer would do, it gives you a very different answer. So if you look at the first one where it says sown plant species richness and number 1, and you see the maximum yield, that's the yield you could get from sowing just one plant species, something like ryegrass. And in the systematic scientific studies in biodiversity ecosystem functioning, the kind of natural science approach to this is to use random groupings of species, but actually a farmer would never do that. They would, of course, go to those species of grass that would give the biggest yield. So that's a really nice kind of encapsulation of the importance of kind of translating science and the scientific evidence base into meaningful action, which is that you have to be very careful about which species you choose to put in your sward. Next slide, please. Now, this is data from Richard Frankson's paper, and I'm still mourning the loss of Richard. This is a second ECR, and Richard left my group in September last year to take up a permanent position as a senior lecturer. So we're doing quite well. People are moving on in their careers. I miss Richard very, very much. What I want you to look at here is along the x-axis, you can see nitrogen addition. And on the y-axis, you've got, what have you got on there? Mean difference in plant species richness. Okay, so as you increase nitrogen, you get less plants. Now, we know that from the big systematic review, but what we were doing with this meta-analysis was specifically looking for the effect of a non-linear relationship. So if you have a linear relationship, that suggests that any addition of nitrogen to the system has the same effect wherever it is along that continuum. So if you think at one end of the continuum, you've got an extremely intensive agricultural pasture. At the other end, you've got an almost unmanaged system. The evidence from this suggests that it doesn't matter which place on this continuum you look at, you get the same negative result in terms of the same loss of plant species. Next slide, please. And this is, these are the preliminary results from Matt Hiron's paper, which is looking at the Swedish system. And Matt was looking at large-scale monitoring data across Sweden and was looking at the value of semi-natural permanent grassland. So this paper is, I think it's actually just been submitted today. And that is one of the main findings is that semi-natural permanent grassland has the highest, which is the highest agri-environment scheme level, had the highest numbers of vascular plants and more red-listed plant species. So amongst other things, it's showing that value of those long-term minimal or no managed systems for threatened species. Next slide, please. And this is further results from Matt's study. And one of the key results here is this kind of slight dichotomy in terms of species richness and function. So if you look at the bottom left slide where it's got grassland type, improved TG, temporary grassland, and you can see that that blue bar is showing nectar production. Now, what that's showing is that the resources for pollinating insects are actually higher on temporary grassland that's managed more intensively, even though species richness is lower, which is the next pane up to the left in the blue. So there's a bit of a trade-off there, which we're going to come to a bit later. Next slide, please. So moving on to our replicated field trial at Newcastle. So on the left, you can see the design of the trial. They were 6 by 10 meter plots with each replicate there were 4 replicates of each. And this was managed and there were different species sown. There was a control and 3 treatments that were focused on carbon, pollinators, and what we used to call the farmer's favorite, which was for animal nutrition. And next slide, please. A lot of data on this slide, but I'm going to talk you through it quickly. The species that were sown are shown in the vertical bars. You can see that the names, and you can see the control species is ryegrass and white clover, and then combinations of ryegrass, white clover, and other species are also sown. We had some challenging weather conditions during this project, including droughts, the usual deluges of rain, things that we're going to get more of with climate change. Some of the major findings from this are species that failed to establish were less competitive grasses. Look at the right-hand side of that table. Lots of the ones that were not in green failed to establish. So even though they were sown, they failed to establish. We found that deeper rooting legumes did perform fairly well, not all of them, but most of them. And the flowering forbs generally did poorly. Next slide, please. So what we were interested in doing was comparing a range of metrics for the invertebrates that visited these plots over time, and increasing the number of forb species in an environment increases invertebrate biodiversity. A two-cut approach actually increased insect species abundance and richness. If you look at the top figure there, you can see one cut is in the grey, in the light grey, two cut is in the dark grey. So you can see that actually, again, this links through to some of Matt Hiron's findings in 1C, that if you manage the sward specifically to increase the number of flowering units and resources, you will get more insects visiting those plots. Both management options can be achieved without significant differences in yield, digestibility, or carbon storage. Next slide, please. So I'm going to finish with just a summary of the results that are presented. So our work found robust evidence that increased fertilizer input, particularly nitrogen, and increased cutting grazing both reduce biodiversity in grassland systems. So that's a confirmation of an expected result. We fully expected to find that. The relationship between nutrient input, nitrogen, and biodiversity was found to be negative and linear, no evidence of non-linearity. This is a new perspective and a potentially unexpected result. Scientific situations where cutting and increased inputs can increase some biodiversity-related ecosystem services. So that's a bit of a nuance on our expected result. Inclusion of deeper rooting species and specific high yield species in swards are likely to provide yield and other services. Confirmation of expected result. And rarer grassland species are likely to be associated with long-term no or very low input systems. Confirmation. Combination of protection of high-value sites and context-specific solutions can yield increased ecosystem services with some win-win scenarios, but not in all cases. And just go to the final slide, please. This is a team effort. Lots of people have contributed to this. I'm standing here talking about it, but I've had a pleasure to work with lots of brilliant people during this project, and I'll be very sad to stop working on it. Well, I won't stop working on it for years, but it's been a great project. Thank you very much.
Lovely. Fantastic. Thanks, Mark. It's nice to know that not only are we increasing our knowledge of permanent grassland as a result of this project, but we're furthering young scientists' careers. Because of the time we've got, I'm afraid we're not going to have any time for questions, if that's all right. And we'll move from Brussels to Aberdeen now, where I'm delighted that Mohammed Abdullah is going to be presenting to us on some of the outputs looking at the impact of permanent grassland on climate change regulation. We've heard already today from Paul and Carlo how important climate regulation is these days, and this is a really good opportunity to hear about the work that Mohammed has been doing along with other collaborators, including Pete Smith at Aberdeen University. So Mohammed, over to you.
Thank you. Shall I share it, or you are controlling it?
Just sorting the technology out, Mohammed. We won't be a minute now. Here we go.
Okay.
How's that? Okay.
Okay. So I'm going to talk about permanent grasslands and climate regulation. Next slide. So my talk will give an idea about baseline soil organic carbon at European agricultural area and the change over time, and the effect of land use change on soil organic carbon, then the influence of management practices and climate on then the effect of land use change on soil organic carbon and the influence of management practices and climate on carbon budget, the baseline greenhouse gas emission from the European grasslands, and the effect of climate change on enteric methane and nitrous oxide emission. Then we'll go to the influence of liming on biomass productivity and the role of biodiversity on soil organic carbon dynamics. And we'll end up with a conclusion. Soil organic carbon is actually an indicator of soil quality and a means of offsetting carbon dioxide emission from the atmosphere through carbon sequestration. So it plays a major role for the soil health and also for the climate mitigation. And actually the soil organic carbon at European agricultural area is high, it's very high, and ranging between about 40 to 400 ton carbon per hectare, mainly for the countries in the North, Ireland, the UK, the Netherlands, Finland, some countries in the Central Europe, France, and Germany. And in these countries, mainly range between about 80 to 250 ton per hectare. Going to the south, soil organic carbon is a bit low compared to the north, and mostly range between about 40 to 180 ton per hectare. On average, you have about 82 ton per hectare. And the soil organic carbon for the grasslands can reach up to 400 ton carbon per hectare. And although the grasslands, the pasture area is smaller compared to the arable land, maybe 1/3 of the arable land, it still contains 5.5 gigaton of soil carbon compared to 7.7 gigaton of carbon for the arable land. Next. Also, the change over time is not that big, very small. And here the change over time, over a decade, from 2009 to 2018, was investigated using a quantile generalized additive model. Here we have the quantile 0.5, 0.25, and 0.75. And here we have the relationship between the change and the latitude. So if we take the quantile 0.5, we can see that the change range between about -8 to about 8 ton carbon per hectare, and mainly concentrated in the countries in the north, the the northwest of the UK, some part of Ireland, Denmark, some countries in the Central Europe. And that is mainly due to the increasing of temperature. Going to the south, the soil organic carbon is more stable than the countries in the north. Overall, we have about 0.7% reduction of soil organic carbon over this decade. Next. If you change grassland to croplands, then you expect that you reduce the amount of soil organic carbon. And here the grasslands was converted gradually with an increment of 5%, starting with the 5 5 most good performing grasslands in Europe for each country. So at current situation, we have a reduction of 0.7%. But if you change the whole grasslands, which is 47 million hectares, if you change that to croplands, then you will get a reduction of 4.8% compared to 2009 level. Also, if you convert the croplands to grasslands, then you also expect that the soil organic carbon will increase. So here also croplands was converted to grasslands with an increment of 5%, starting with the 5% that the most poor performing grassland croplands in each country. So at the current situation, we have a reduction of 0.7%. But if you convert the whole area of croplands, which is 116 million hectares, to grasslands, which is not realistic because of the food security, but you will get an increase of 12.1% compared to 2009. Next. Here's this experiment, the carbon budget over 16 years were quantified, and a great interannual variability was observed, mainly due to the changes in management and the climate. For the first part of the experiment, from 2005 until around 2011, the management were very intensive because they adding also slurry, so the carbon import was also high, so the carbon was sink. But next, but in 2012, then they reseeded the grass, so and followed by high emission of carbon, so they got source, and after that, 3 years after that, they got also again sink. Next. And then in 2016, because this is a very wet year, so they got source again. And for the last period of the experiment, where the weather was very harsh, high temperature, very dry, and also the carbon import was very low, so they got source. Next. So the fluxes and carbon sink depend mainly on the management and the environment. Over this period of 16, they got a very small sink, which is about 0.7 ton carbon per hectare per year. Next. Also, there is a relationship between the carbon sink and the carbon import. We can see that with decreasing of the carbon import, there is tendency to get source. And also, for the years where you have the experiment was changed to mitigation of nitrous oxide, so they replace the slurry, they replace it with clover, so you also got source. And also when the weather is hot and dry, you also get this kind of source carbon. So without organic carbon, without adding the slurry, grassland is the source. And also there is trade-off for climate smart agriculture. So here, when you replace the slurry with clover, you also got very sink here. Next. Also, there is a relationship between nitrous oxide emission and vegetation performance. So we have two parcels here, parcel A and parcel B. Parcel B using more clover and also no fertilizer. For both of them, with increasing the vegetation height, then you will get less nitrous oxide emission. That is mainly because the small plants use less nitrogen uptake, and most of the nitrogen will go off as nitrous oxide. Next. So there is competition between the plant, which the nitrogen which is taken by the plant, and the soil microbial nitrogen processes. Here the greenhouse gas emission at baseline from the grasslands was calculated for 20 years and converted to global warming potential. So we can see that in A, we can see that grasslands in Europe is sink for carbon dioxide. Also, nitrous oxide is not that high, except for areas in the Atlantic areas here where you have more nitrogen fertilizer and manure applied, and also because these are around the coast where you have higher rainfall. Methane emission from soil is also very low, sink ranging from 0 to -15. But enteric methane emission is very high and range between 0 to 1500, and it is in the range of 200 times that of methane emission from soil. If you exclude methane, the methane, enteric methane emission, then most of the countries are sink for greenhouse gas emission. And if you include the enteric methane, then most of the countries are source for greenhouse gas emission, with the exception of some countries in the Scandinavian and some countries in the Mediterranean, mainly due to having less enteric methane emission. Next. Here, the impact of climate change on enteric methane and nitrous oxide emission was estimated under two scenarios, RCB 4.5 and RCB 8.5. We can see that for enteric methane, both scenarios before the end of the century, there will be a decline in enteric methane, a more pronounced decline for the RCB 8.5, mainly due to higher temperature, which will reduce the palatability of some species, so to reduce the uptake by animal, and also the number of animals are expected to reduce. For nitrous oxide, you can see that both scenarios are going to increase. Both scenarios are increasing until the end of the century, and that is mainly due to higher temperature. Next. Here we have the effect of liming on pH and biomass productivity. We can see that liming is not like a fertilizer. It just optimizes the situation, optimizes the soil pH, so creates the right environment for the grass to grow. And here we compare between the lime and the control. See the effect on pH and the derived biomass and the different climate scenarios, the moist cool climate, the moist warm, and different also number of grass species, monoculture and multi-species. You can see that in all cases, the effect of lime is significant. And also for the dry biomass, the effect of lime is also significant. Next. Here also the increasing of the number of species increase soil organic carbon at different soil depths. You can see that with increasing the number of species, you get higher soil carbon for the 0 to 20. And also if you increase the number of species at 0 to 60, also you get this kind of soil carbon, higher soil carbon storage. And this is also increased over time. And this is highlights the importance of biodiversity for soil organic carbon sequestration. Next. Then I will end up with the conclusion. Soil carbon stocks in grasslands are high, with minimal reduction occurring over time. Fluxes and carbon sinks depend on management and environment, and vegetation performance plays an important role in nitrous oxide losses. The climate change will boost nitrous oxide emission while reducing enteric methane emission. Applying lime to grasslands optimizes soil pH and increases biomass productivity, and biodiversity significantly impacts soil carbon dynamic across different soil depths. Next. Thank you very much for your attention. Thanks.
Mohammed, thank you very much for that excellent overview of all the factors that are likely to contribute to greenhouse gas emissions and carbon storage on grassland systems. Bearing in mind we're coming up to the coffee break, we do have time for one quick question from the floor or online, if there is one. Everyone's after their coffee. That's fantastic. I totally understand that. Thanks very much. It just leaves me to thank the speakers very much for their excellent presentations this morning, very stimulating in discussion as well, which I'm sure we will have later on in the panel discussions. And thanks very much to everybody for their contributions. And if we could be back after 15 minutes, so back at 12:10 Central European Time, 11:10 Greenwich Mean Time and Portuguese time, please. Thank you very much.
Okay, so hi everyone. My name is Dina Lopes, for the one who don't know me, especially for those who are online. And we are having session 2B. So now we are speaking about permanent grasslands management, and we have a ladies session. So this is for the gender balance. But it's good that we have so many researchers and women in research in this area. That is super cool. So, saying this, I'm going to pass it to Maria Klopsik. So, sorry, Carolina. Okay, so this is me. And Maria. Maria is an associate professor at the Department of Animal Science of the University of Ljubljana, Slovenia, and her research is mainly in the field of cattle breeding, so in dairy cow, housing systems, management, grazing and IFRS, and the use of various sensor applications. In SUPER-Gs, she is the leader of benchmarking and testing, WP, and she will present the results of this work package. So I'm just passing this to. Okay, thank you.
Good morning to everybody. Dina already mentioned that I will present some results from work package 3 regarding permanent grassland management and innovation. In this work package 3, I had very good group of co-workers: Francis Lively, Francis Titterengton, Jason Rankin, Nina Buchmann, Jack Conin, and Paul Neville Price, and of course many other colleagues from these organizations. During work package 3, we collect in year 2019 very intensive survey from more than 350 farms. Survey was designed to gather information on farm characteristics and permanent grassland management, and statistical analysis to show how the biogeographic areas varied. In last year, we repeated this survey with the same farms, and we got a response from more than 180 regional farms, and survey has been designed to measure magnitude and direction of change within permanent grassland management and farm characteristics. So we try to see how these farmers develop use of permanent grassland and how they change management. Out of 180 surveys which were returned, more than 20% of farmers reported that they increase in the farm area, 10% of farmers reported decrease in farm area, and other 70% of farmers reported that they stay stable, no changes in the size of farm area. Analysis of these surveys is ongoing. On this picture, you can see the view of farmers in each biographic region on change in the intensity of improved permanent grassland management over the previous 10 years. These are results from the survey in 2019. And you can see that, especially in Alpine, Mediterranean, and also in the Atlantic region, farmers increased the intensity of use of permanent grassland management. Our colleague Jack from Wageningen University also looked on the correlation between permanent grassland management and economics, and Correlations between European farm data were investigated and used to simulate indicators for ecosystem services related to farm economics and permanent grassland management. And from the figure 1, you can see connection, how milk production per hectare as function of permanent grassland rent charge per hectare. A red line refers to the direct regression on data from survey, red dots, and the blue line results from the model as function of rent charge via equations for milk income per hectare, milk production per hectare, stocking rate per hectare, and milk production per cow. And conclusion from this study, you can see that higher milk production intensity correlates with higher rent charge of permanent grassland, and rationally higher revenues from main products, especially milk, are needed with higher production costs. Jack also look other connection, and you can see that higher milk production requires more feed, partly from permanent grassland, which may negatively affect permanent grassland plant diversity. On the figure 3 and figure 4, you can see a connection between nitrogen fertilizer application versus permanent grass production. And on figure 4, permanent grassland plant diversity versus nitrogen fertilizer application. And on figure 2, you can see connection between milk production data from survey versus calculated values, and calculated milk production is function of permanent grass and purchase feed. During our project, SUPER-G Farm Networks organized many co-innovation workshops to discuss the challenges of managing permanent grassland, also merits and risk associated with adopting various permanent grassland management options. And we also look on the agriculture policy and farm support, especially last 2 years, when countries prepare a new strategic plan for next financial period. Co-innovation farm workshops also provided an opportunity to discuss results of trials, experiments, demonstration, and also explore areas and interest for road testing. During the co-innovation farm workshops in the SUPER-G project period, we came mostly with these management challenges related to the stony, wet, shallow soils, then sloping land, because many permanent grassland is located in the sloping land. Then also we discussed about sward composition, if and when to reseed, what seed mix, and adapting to more extreme weather patterns. We discussed about improving grazing management, weed control, and of course, many discussion was related to the cost and benefit of management interventions, improving the utilization of and nutritional quality of grass, a lack of incentive to retain permanent grassland management, and conflicts between productivity and ecosystem services such as biodiversity, recreation, and similar services. During the workshops, we also discussed about key themes, topics for trials and field experiments, and very often came out with new grassland species and diverse species swards, which are needed and which were in the interest of discussion and also to make trials on the local level. Many groups were interesting about precision grassland and grazing management, nutrition management innovations, also about agri-environmental innovations. Some groups discuss about using locally harvested seeds for revegetation, and especially our colleagues in Sweden discuss about education and citizens science. And of course, these are also in interest of other partners. Here you can see one example of trial related to the multi-species swords and diverse species. And this trial was done in Atlantic area and also in other biographical regions, but especially in Atlantic area, you can see that yield is similar or better with lower fertilizer. Also, they look on the soil health benefits, and they found clear biodiversity benefits with the use of multi-species swords. Also, this is very good to climate adaptation. So it means that it's resilient to the drought. And also animal performance is important regarding the dry matter which came from the permanent grassland. And of course, also potential animal health benefits are part of this experiment. Some groups work on the use of virtual fencing, and we all look on the animal welfare issues. So we try to limit shocks, especially electric shocks. And we all agree that this virtual fencing is easy to operate, has a great potential for managing sensitive sites. But of course, is a question regarding the cost for farmers, because productivity benefits will not pay for this expensive technology. We also deal with the question, can sustainable farming schemes adapt to support its use? And we found that the development of technology, virtual fencing, moving faster than policy. Of course, we also found many barriers. The main barriers to innovations in grasslands were related to the money, to the costs, because they are too high and benefits too low. So it's always question if we can find some financial support, and we feel lack of technical support and financial support. All these new technologies or innovations also needs some proof and give opportunity to learn from other farmers. Part of work package 3 was also road testing. And during the road testing, the most often used options and technologies were new grassland species and diverse species swords, then use of GPS sensors, drones, virtual fences, nutrient management innovations. We also try different, we test different area environmental innovations. For example, mechanical cutting roads of marsh horsetail. And we also develop education material on ecosystem service delivery from permanent grassland. Demonstration activities which were done during the road testing were done in the way of open days on pilot farms. Then also demonstration of practical use of GPS sensors, drones, and virtual fences on different pilot farms and also on experimental platforms. GPS sensors were tested also on mountain pasture. We organized many webinars for farmers and for extension services.
Maria,
we also organized farmers festivals with practical demonstration of innovations in grassland. And we were present on different exhibitions, fairs, exchange study tours to visit pilot farms.
you have 3 minutes. Good. Okay, thank you.
Conclusions. Establish farmer confidence to adapt technologies by providing independent evidence of efficiency in variety of settings. A rapid adoption of technology will only occur if farmers are convinced of benefits. Support further data collection and field trials to demonstrate benefits at farm level are needed, and empower farmers to manage grasslands for ecosystem service delivery. So financial support along training to show how certain grazing strategy can support biodiversity. Fund training in the use of technology, and we also need to ensure adequate connectivity for the use of apps in rural areas, and make upfront capital grants available for purchasing, for example, virtual fencing, GPS collars, improved farm infrastructure, and to invest in satellite drone technology and innovations related to the permanent grassland management. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Perfect timing, so thank you so much. Probably I don't know if we have any question here. We have 2 minutes. Yes?
Thank you very much. I raise the question now because later on, as I've noticed, there might be no other chance. So the question is for you, but even for the colleagues coming after, is the issue that was raised by the colleague from Ireland, the effect of the generational gap. So when you deal with innovation, you very often, I guess, you find yourself dealing with people that are quite aged. And is this an issue? And is this something that has somehow, I wouldn't say affected, but it has been taken into consideration, the fact that you talk about new technologies with people that might be used to their own strategies since decades, and they might find difficult to change their habits, but their habits or their strategies or their practices.
As I know from my experiences regarding the use of GPS sensors, and also with make a trial with virtual fence, we manage mostly with younger generation, with people which were students on our department in the past, or they are still students, and they are very much in favor of trying new things, especially sensors. My idea was also to try with drone, but I didn't manage. I hope we will get SUPER-G #2, and then I will continue with drones. So. But I have experience with young generation, and I'm sure Francis and also Connor can explain more, because these groups were very active regarding testing of virtual fence.
We will open the discussion, after, so we have a panel, and maybe we can have Francis or Jason, if you want to intervene as well. We can do that. Okay, thank you so much. We will move on to okay, Lynn will be the next speaker. She's a professor of food and society in the Newcastle University in the UK since 2011, and she has done a lot of research in this area, especially focused on food production and society, and also transdisciplinary research on agri-food systems from a social science perspective. Lynn will have a talk about let me just check. Okay, farmers' priorities and preferences for permanent grassland management. Are you there, Lynn?
I am, but I can't see my slides, Dinah. Hello? Well, I can't see the slides on the screen.
Okay, Carolina will share it. Just one moment.
Okay, thank you. Although I'm presenting this work, I just want to point out that we have a fabulous work package for our team. So many people, it's difficult to list on the screen. So I want to give everybody credit for the inputs. I'll be talking about farmer priorities and preferences, the work that we've been doing on consumer and citizen, Attitudes, Priorities and Perceptions will be presented by Dr. Andy Jin in the next session. So the overall objectives of the socio-economic research were to assess socio-economic facilitators of and barriers to adoption of sustainable PG systems, taking due account of the differences between biogeographic regions, to provide evidence for and develop policy options to support PG management, and to maximize research impact through knowledge exchange and consultation with key stakeholders and end users. For this presentation, I would be really interested as well to have a bit of feedback from Paul. I think our results confirm some of what you presented, but it'd be fabulous to pick that up. Next slide, please. So the first slide, or the first part of the talk, will just provide an overview of the results of a systematic review we conducted to identify the main economic influences shaping management and maintenance of PG, as well as to understand the risks and opportunities for delivery of a range of ecosystem services, and to consider CAP and CAP reform, as well as national policies in relation to shaping the management of grasslands over time and across farming systems. Next one, please. That's just an overview of the systematic review process. Overall, in the time frame we were looking at, we identified 51 papers which were relevant to our research questions. Next one, please. And these were: what is the role of economic drivers in shaping the management of EU grassland systems? What are the tipping points where land use and practice might change with respect to the provision of ecosystem services? To try and understand the role of public policy in shaping the economics of PG part farming systems, and how does this vary in space and time? Next one, please. And if you could just click on to get the, yeah. So, no. I think you have lost, I think you might be using a slightly different set of slides, but it doesn't matter, we can work with these. So this is just an analysis of FADN data, considering the percentage of gross farm income as a cap payment for actually 4 countries where we had data available: the Czech Republic, Spain, Sweden, and the UK. And what this shows is that there's quite a high dependency up until 2017 on both payments via the Rural Development Programme and through direct payments. If you look at the data for Czechoslovakia, that we can see that for some types of farming, dependency was 100%. And it's very high for many of the other farming areas which we are considering. Next one, please. Could you go back? So in terms of conclusion, first of all, the shift from basic payments under CAP for PG farmers is a huge transition. PG farmers across the diversity of different environments in Europe are highly dependent on subsidies. We know that. Again, Paul, perhaps you could chip in here if I've got that wrong. The other issue is that direct payments in the past encourage farmers to do what they do already, and there's no need for them to produce evidence of change. Historically, farmers can change land use or intensify grassland management while receiving direct payments, and that was the conclusion of the paper that we wrote on this issue. However, future changes seem to suggest that only change is going to result in payments. Targeted and locally focused approaches are needed to maintain and improve the provision of ES from grasslands. Many PGs are associated with value landscapes, and this can provide opportunities for diversified income streams, for example, in relation to tourism, food processing, environmental management. There's a big case to look at, if you like, mechanisms to support farming through market premiums, organic pasture-based, and we don't know so much about the tipping points for farmers in the existing literature base to understand what pushes a decision over, for example, into increased intensification or land abandonment. Next one, please. So research with farmers and land managers. This is just a breakdown of the interviews that we conducted, 273, in 5 different countries, not all EU member states, looking at different types of farm intensity. Next one, please. I'm going to refer back to René's, if you like, simplified diagram of the sweet spot between intensification and ecosystem service delivery. So the sweet spot here is combining and optimizing production, the environmental impacts and the biodiversity elements of the permanent grassland system. So some farmers might want to intensify to reach that sweet spot, others to reduce the intensity to extensify. Next one, please. So if we just look at future intentions in relation to extensification and intensification, first of all, there needs to be more advice regarding what this sweet spot is, and that needs to be linked to policy and policy targets if we're going to optimize ecosystem service delivery and progress to net zero. This includes access to advice and technology, and some understanding of how this might be incorporated into policy, in particular, national EU agri-environment schemes. There is concern that payments may reflect change rather than maintaining existing good practices. I think I mentioned this. Some stewardship, countryside stewardships, might be perceived to be problematic because of the requirements for public access and payments for biodiversity rather than land use change. Next one, please. So what are our key results? Firstly, current attitudes of PG farmers to farming and ecosystem service delivery. Farmers agree that PG are important for delivering a variety of ecosystem services. Specific prioritization may vary between countries. This might be cultural, it might be related to agronomic conditions. And provisioning services are perceived by farmers to be a priority compared to regulatory supporting and cultural services. Most farmers, when thinking about the public, consider that they value the PG for the aesthetic and landscape appeal and the quality of food products and the maintenance of PG land. Next one, please. So again, I'm afraid this is a slightly old version of my talk, but I think we can still get the main results across. Firstly, changes are needed to maintain or improve ecosystem services from PG. These are mostly related to improving or maintaining environmental goods and services. ES here means ecosystem services rather than ecosystem schemes, and this was changed in the later version. So I'd appreciate if we put that up later on, just for clarification. A smaller number of farmers focused on profitability or yield as goods and services to be improved. There are risks, and the risks, as we heard earlier, might be related to learning new skills in relation to technological innovation. I would also posit that actually some of these technological innovations can be delivered by consultancy services. It doesn't need to be an individual farmer acquiring a multitude of new skills very quickly, that this can be outsourced. And that's something perhaps again to think about. So influencing factors, the top 3 most highly rated factors were the farmer's own knowledge and understanding of permanent grassland and the ecosystem services which were delivered, farm systems and practicality, economic factors, profitability, stability of their income, and so on. And most farmers plan to continue their current practices in the future to maintain these perceived current benefits. Next one, please. Farmer values explain decisions to intensify or extensify on PG. Productivist values predicted future management changes and decisions, resulting in increased intensification. I think we need to think very closely in a time of CAP reform of how does this relate to AE schemes in terms of payments. Farmers prioritizing current land management practice and taking good care of the land on the farm. They think that's important. Good livestock management, lifestyle predicted changes, access to agro-environmental schemes as income sources was also correlated to farmers' future PG management intentions. And farmers were concerned about both the financial and non-financial impacts of policies and interventions. And I'm hearing reflected the issue of how farming as a family business, as something that's culturally important, is maintained into the future. Next one, please. Tipping points. I couldn't resist. I couldn't resist asking ChatGPT just to produce an image of what they thought, well, what the AI system thought abandoned land would look like. And it's kind of quite colourful with quite a lot of butterflies. So that's kind of interesting. Our research indicates that farmer decisions can be understood as critical thresholds or behavioural tipping points, that they require financial incentives and technical guidance, again coming back to external consultancy services and working with partnership with some of these innovative processes and technologies to trigger positive tipping points, that changes to agro-environmental schemes and subsidy programs are needed to deliver more ecosystem services from PG. And other decision drivers include personal values, perceived agronomic barriers, and consumer demand. Next slide, please. Land abandonment.
Please. You have 3 minutes.
Yeah, sorry, I was a bit thrown by the slide.
No, it's fine, it's fine.
Farmers require financial incentives and technical guidance to trigger positive tipping points. Changes to agro-environment schemes and subsidy programs are needed to deliver more ecosystem services from PG. Land use and management change should be appropriate, context-specific, and align with farming values. And there needs to be flexibility in terms of payments. One example might be stacking and assessment metrics. You need to think about land abandonment, whether this can be combined in some kind of land sharing, land sparing approach, and also in relation to stocking density. Next one, please. This just really acts as a segue into Andy's talk. What we did find is a few differences between citizen priorities and farmer priorities. Obviously, citizens experience landscapes differently, but they have a very positive experience of grassland landscapes in terms of their emotions, their environmental characteristics, but they also prioritize access and consider this part of their cultural identity. Their perceptions of problems related to reduction, degradation, and abandonment of grassland. They approved farming for biodiversity. I think that also aligns with some farmer values, but again, there might be a slight conflict with this prioritization of productivism. Trust in policy and land managers varied between countries and predicted the acceptability of current practices. And I would like to come back to this issue of land sharing and land sparing. I think this could be an interesting discussion point, but whether the land sparing should be equated with a subsidy program is maybe also something to think about. And there's a big question. How does policy reconcile the different perspectives, if you like, of these primary stakeholders in permanent grassland? Land managers and farmers, citizens and consumers. Last slide, thank you. That's it. Okay, thank you. So I think we have time for any questions, or
we will have the panel afterwards, so we will open to questions at that stage. And if we have any questions online, we don't. So we will open to the floor to the participants that are here as well when we have the panel. Okay. So I will pass to Francis. Do you want help? Do you want help to put it? No.
Yeah, please.
Okay.
Yep, that one.
So Francis is a researcher at the Agri-Food and Bioscience Institute in Northern Ireland, and her research focuses on industry databases, and she has experience working with large data sets and multiple data streams. Through this work, she has designed and aids the development of online decision support tools, and I think she will present that also today, speaking a bit about the tools that SUPER-G has been developing.
Which button did I press? This one? Oh, it worked. Okay. So yes, this is the SUPER-G farm tool, supporting farmers to deliver multifunctionality. It's only my name there, but really this was a big team effort. I was very selfish when I made these slides. So this was a task from work package 5, and the task was to develop an appropriate decision support tool to assist farmers in improving profitability, productivity, and assessing ecosystem services provision on permanent grasslands. So far, so easy. From this, we developed a couple of an aim and some objectives. So what we wanted to do was get an overview of the environmental impact and ecosystem services provided by the user's farm, and then develop a scoring system for the ecosystem services and provide guidance to the user how their ecosystem service scores can be improved. So I'm going to use the word user and farmer during this. So really the user is the farmer who's using the tool. So what is a decision support tool? Really something that helps you to make a decision. Now, this can take many forms, but the form that we chose for the decision support tool for SUPER-G was one where the user enters the information about their farm. So they give information on the inputs, the system they use, outputs. It goes into the tool, the calculations are carried out, and then it generates a report. The user gets to read that report, and that helps them to make the decision. The reason we chose this rather than an automated system that looks at maps, by getting the user to enter information on their farm, it's an opportunity for them to model the information so they can change the information and see how that impacts the ecosystem services. And this is a really good way for the user to learn how changes in management can impact these ecosystem services. So we started off by gathering some information. We had multiple workshops with experts across the consortium, and that's where we decided, what does this tool need to include? What form should it take? But we also held workshops with farmers who were going to be the end users. We asked them, what tools do you use at the minute, if you use any? What would you expect from an ecosystem services tool? And would you actually use a tool if it was developed? These workshops went on throughout the development of the tool. So we did a little bit of development, the teams at AFBI and ADAS, and then we went back to the workshops. We asked the opinions, were we going the right way? Did you like it? And then we went back and continued the development. And this cycle continued throughout the development and build of the tool. So we, whenever we were gathering the information, we also looked at the rest of the work from the SUPER-G project. And we took our draft set of indicators from deliverable 2.2b, and you can see them listed, and we've been talking about them earlier. So all of these ecosystem services listed also had parameters. They're all listed there. Sorry, it's a very busy slide, but you'll probably be familiar with them from some of the talks earlier. But I'm going to highlight a few that we decided not to include in the tool and sort of proxies that we used. So if we look at climate regulation, it included soil organic carbon content. We discussed this. Do people analyze their soil? Would they have an idea of this? And we decided that generally most farmers wouldn't be able to have this information easily. So we used a proxy where we give them the soil degradation on their farm, and that gives us a good idea of the carbon content. We removed the thickness of peat layer and also the carbon dioxide equivalent emission. That's because this is not a carbon tool. There are plenty of carbon tools that exist, and that was sort of beyond the scope of what we wanted to do. We looked at the nitrogen concentration in the surface water. Again, it was generally thought that most farmers won't be analysing this. So we used the sort of polluting potential of your farm. We looked at the nitrogen inputs, we looked at the topography and the waterways present. Number of eutrophication incidents per year. The reason we removed this, although it is quite a good indicator, we would have to look at how long a eutrophication incident was and how many, and how do you qualify that to a farmer. So if I said I had one eutrophication incident that lasted 11 months, that's probably worse than someone who has 5 that last a day. The other one we removed was earthworm numbers. We just decided it wasn't really practical to ask farmers to go out and count these, and would it be reliable, the different systems used? So that's why those ones were removed. So how the tool works, it's simple additive weighting. So this is a generally accepted method for a lot of decision support tools. We have the parameters within each ecosystem service, which we ranked, and then we give them a percentage weighting score. So the more important a parameter was, the higher the percentage score it got. Each ecosystem parameter was given a normalized value from the calculations that the user entered. So when you entered your information, we calculated a score for the parameter and normalized that between 0 and 1, and then we multiplied it by the weighting of that parameter. We added up all the weighted scores, and that gives you a percentage score for your ecosystem service. When we were developing the DST, we had to agree on the questions required to get the user metrics to calculate them. So there were a few things we noticed, particularly fertilizer input, the animals, grazing, dates. And here's a brief thematic analysis of how they all link together. So it was found that a lot of the questions we were asking would actually link to multiple ecosystem services. They can't really be considered in isolation, but I don't think that's a surprise to anyone. So whenever we were discussing the calculations, we also had to think, what is the user going to see whenever they use this tool? So we were giving the user a range of input methods. You can see at the top, there's checkboxes. We have drop-down menus. We have radio buttons if they want to choose yes or no. And we also introduced photo prompts where we could. The reason for this is because we wanted to capture the most information from the user with the minimal input from the user. One of the trade-offs when developing this tool, we had to think, it's not how many questions we ask the user, it's how many the user is prepared to answer. So we really had to trade that off and make make a usable tool that people would have the time to enter all the questions to. So once the user enters all their information and the calculations are carried out, we generate a report. And the report, that's the front end. That's what the user will see whenever they're on the tool. It gives them their overall ecosystem service score, which helps them to gauge performance. It gives them a benchmarking chart to compare score for each parameter to expected scores. Because this is a novel tool, it's new, we don't actually have benchmarking figures to compare with other farmers. However, using the expert groups, we got expected figures. So we can compare the user score to what we would expect that user score to be, and that's how we're benchmarking. In the future, we can gather the information and then develop that to compare with other farmers. But at the minute, we don't have that data set. So this is how we're doing it for now. The other important bit of the report is offering advice to help the farmer make informed choices. But the bottom line is, for this report to be useful, the report must be understandable. So we spent a long time discussing the report, and I'm going to take you through now how it looks to the farmer. So this is what the user will see whenever they're on. You can see there are a few parts to this, and I'm going to take you through first each part. So the top that you can see there, that gives us a list of the ecosystem services. So the heading of the report is telling the user which ecosystem service they are reviewing. You can see quite clearly listed. We've got each ecosystem service, and if you're on that one, it's highlighted black. We also give a summary of what that ecosystem service is. This is just to make sure everything is as clear as possible to the user, and we just don't want to leave any room for misinterpretation. You can also see the ecosystem service score given as a percentage. Percentages are something that everyone's familiar with, so it seemed like a really good way for people to understand what their score was. Now, as the user goes through the tool and answers questions, that ecosystem service score is going to change real time. So that gives the user an opportunity to model change. The next bit we're going to look at is the benchmarking and scale there. So we have the parameters for each ecosystem service clearly labeled, and it's easy to model the impact of change. You can see the little pencil there beside each bar. So if you click on that, that will take you to the questions relevant to that parameter. And then you can change your inputs. When you come back to the report, the bar will have changed to show how changing your management would change your score for that parameter and your ecosystem service score overall. We decided to employ a traffic light system because this was ubiquitous across Europe. Everyone understood red was poorest and green was best. So the next element is the advice. And really, we did hold a lot of workshops to try and agree what advice we were going to offer to everyone. The advice is going to reflect the calculations from each ecosystem service. So depending on what the farmer has answered, that will be, the advice is tailored to that to try and tell them how they can change and what they can do. And if they want to go back and see how that would impact their score, as I mentioned, it's really easy to get those questions and change them. So the impacts of the management change are also highlighted. So if you are going to change your management, we also wanted the farmers to know that if there's a trade-off. So an example there, if we say your nitrogen input's a bit high, you should reduce it. Try and use nitrogen fixing crops. However, if you do reduce your nitrogen input, that may have a knock-on effect on productivity. So all these trade-offs are made very clear, and it just helps the farmer to make a really informed decision on whether they want to employ the changes or not. So that's an outline of how the report looks and how it looks to the farmer. Now, we are aware there's a couple of limitations to the tool. It does cover a very wide geographic area, and it's indicative rather than diagnostic, and that's because of the area that we are covering. But that weakness comes from one of our strengths, which was the great team that we had putting it together. We had experts across Europe giving input, and that's why we're aware of this limitation. The different management systems, environment, policy across Europe meant that we couldn't make a diagnostic tool that covered such a large area. And that's one of the reasons we decided to only have the tool in English at the minute. The potential of the tool, it has multiple calculations, and it's been designed to be tailored so that it can be taken, a smaller area can take custody of the tool and tailor it to their area, taking considerations of their environment, their management systems, and the policy there. So we've only made the tool in English because some of the questions may be redundant when it's taken custody in a smaller area. So what we have at the minute is a really good proof of concept tool. We show that this works. We can give a score for the ecosystem services, and it's been designed to be agile and tailored to a specific area. Another thing about this tool is it's the only tool which covers multiple ecosystem services. There are tools available. There are multiple carbon tools, there are biodiversity tools, but there's none that cover the 6 ecosystem services that we cover. And because our tool has been designed to be agile and to be tailored, a lot of the tools that exist, we could incorporate some of their calculations or use them to then further develop ours. So that's a bit about the future of the tool, and we're very excited about where it might go. But what about right now? So currently we have a test version of the tool online, and that's prior to release of the full version. So the test version at the minute, that's the tool that I've been taking out to farmers, showing them, getting their feedback. We've been showing it to researchers. People have been road testing it. I've been getting feedback. Are there any typos? Are the questions clear? And all that, we've taken the feedback and then we're giving it to the team at EIDAS who are carrying out the build. So we've had some small changes and those are currently being carried out, and we're testing it on the environment at EIDAS. And once we have all that completed and we're content with the tool, we're going to have it on the SUPER-G website. It's going to be linked from there, hosted by EIDAS, and it's going to be available for 24 months post-project and free of charge to the end user. So that's an outline of the tool. Thank you very much.
Fabulous. So thank you so much. Just a moment. So we will have still the panel discussion. So if you want to join us, no, you and sorry. Also stay here because probably no, if you want to. And I would like to ask Renee if you are still there, Mark Whittingham as well, please, and Mohammed and Paul O'Brien, if you are there as well. So, and of course, Lynn and Francis, you are free to join us as well. And we would like to have a bit of a discussion and picking up on the question that was made in the beginning about the generation gap and the innovation systems that were tested during the project. I don't know if Francis or Jason, do you want to add something to the reply that Maria gave? You just need to press the button, yeah.
Maybe if I go first, just in terms of the generation gap, yeah, I do think there is, to some extent, a generation gap, but I think a lot of the people that we involved, and certainly a lot of the younger population, are very up to speed with new technologies and actually are encouraged by gadgets. Nowadays, everyone's using mobile phones, everyone's really adaptable to technology. So I think that's something that's good for the future. Maybe slightly older generations might be slower to take up the technology, but I think going forward, the younger generation is certainly going to be at the forefront of taking those gadgets. Some of those gadgets are probably more easier adopted than some other policies that may come about, and with that, there's probably behavioural change aspects that need to take place, and probably more communication with farmers to sort of bridge the gap between the environmental aspect and the productivity aspect may be required. I think there's certainly behavioural change needed in that aspect.
I think also another point to note here is that not all the technologies we're talking about here are high tech take, for example, diverse species and so on, and legumes, we're actually going back to a system of farming my grandfather would have been more familiar with. So actually, you know, yes, there's gadgets and gizmos and satellites, but there's also some good old-fashioned grassland husbandry in this as well.
Thank you so much. Picking on this as well, and I don't know who from the floor or from the panel would like to answer this. But what forms of innovation do you think are needed to improve permanent grasslands performance? Because as Jason was saying, we have innovations that probably are very high tech, right? But we have innovations that are not exactly innovations, so they are reusing of systems that were so old and they were already used before. So I don't know if, or anyone online, or do you want to?
Yeah, it's Mark Whittingham here. I think one of the things that was picked up in Lynn's talk about advisors and consultants, I think one of the problems from a natural science side with management is that the answer is sought to an individual site, so a farm, and in a natural science context, that's n equals 1. And actually you are reliant on expert opinion for an individual site, but actually having an advisor who can come onto a site and give that expert opinion is really valuable, because two farmers doing exactly the same thing in terms of interventions can get very different results, which are out of their control. And that's something that I think is a real challenge for payments that are made for performance-based payments, but also for policy. But I think there is evidence in the scientific literature that the use of advisors can lead to better performance.
Sorry. Thank you so much, Mark. I don't know if anyone wants to give any comments on this also. No, Lynn, are you there? Yes, please.
I think there's another issue as well, which is the rate of technological innovation in relation to agronomics. Agronomic practice is huge. And we know from some of our other projects that actually there are so many apps available, so many potential innovations available. It's quite tricky to keep an eye on all of them, independent of whether you're, you know, a younger farmer or a later career farmer. So again, I think that speaks to potentially centralizing the knowledge base in one place, and to reflect on what Mark has just said. Again, perhaps there's a very strong role for consultancy services and advice, rather than expectation that individuals aggregate all of that information and try to apply it, including the technological innovation.
Yes, yes, John.
And allied to that, I think it's really important to have a robust evidence base, independently derived robust evidence base to support some of these innovations. There is a lot of, particularly now, it seems there's a lot of people who are quite keen to see market opportunities for selling new technologies, be it slurry bugs or soil additives or whatever, based on the policy expectations that farmers are having to achieve nowadays. And it's dubious as to whether some of those have got an evidence base to support where they work. So having that balance between the research base and the understanding the skill set of the application of the research is really, really important. And so having kind of an independent source of advice where there isn't much in the way of there isn't any kind of commercial advantage, I think is a really important point with this.
I agree with John there, because
I would like to also mention here one issue which we didn't discuss during the project is data ownership, access to the data. When we buy virtual fence, is big investment, but this is not the end. We need to pay maintenance or access to data every year. And of course, it's big interest, and people, especially young farmers, are very motivated, but they don't think what is behind. That we need every year to pay access to data, to use software, and these issues needs to be also in discussion long term.
Does anyone else want to comment on this? Francis, regarding our tool, do you think that this will, the data that we are collecting, for example, from the farmers that will use our tool, how do we have any ideas of how to manage that, or?
Well, we do have, we actually are at the minute going through the terms and conditions and where that data is going to be and how we can use it, because it is really we're bound by EU rules, so there's not going to be anything nefarious really, but anything that is done with data, we do need to have specific permission. So it really will be a sort of group effort with ourselves and whoever the data belongs to, who is the subject of the data, before we can really decide to make any, before we can use that tool for, or that information for anything. So that would be the thing. So it's really directed by whoever owns the data.
Okay, thank you so much. And for the farmer's perspective, Paul, I know that you are still there. Do you think that these tools can be valuable for the work that you are performing? And what role do you think that this adoption of innovation should have in sustainable permanent grasslands?
Okay, well, I think, look, it's a very interesting debate, but one note of caution. I have a figure that is 12% of our farmers are under 40 years of age. And I think that just goes to show the drastic nature of innovation. So the term teaching an old dog new tricks. So everything has to be simple, bottom down up approach. Just reflecting on something that John says, and beware the snake oil salesman would be a term that I would use. As long as there is innovation that clearly is able to be designed to show the benefits that we can utilize on a daily basis to give a long-term, I suppose, output, a long-term improvement, I think farmers would embrace that. But I think it has to be very much explained to them that their data is precious to them. I think their data is individual to them, and I think it needs to be respected. But most certainly, farmers with a history, we've always gone on, and I suppose, an innovation process. If something can be proven to produce a benefit that is ultimately going to provide a financial return for us in the long run, farmers will embrace that challenge, and they always have done. But any innovation needs to be caveated in the sense that farming generations are getting older, unfortunately. The average age of a farmer in the European Union at the moment is over 51 years of age. So we do need to have it, I suppose, technically available to people who most certainly have not got a long history of computer knowledge behind them. It needs to be very, very easy and very, very easy to I suppose, to understand, user-friendly maybe. So look, I think we're on this journey of innovation. There's no doubt about that. Call it precision farming. But most certainly, I do think that there's an opportunity here. But just bear in mind, unfortunately, that the age demographic is something that we're constantly struggling with within this industry.
Thank you so much. We also have some questions here from in the chat. Do we have policy contacts from DEFRA or DAERA that have been involved or shown interest in this decision support tool?
Yeah, actually, they were part of the road test. So in Northern Ireland, we had contact with Countryside Management to get a lot of feedback about how they felt about the tool and how useful it would be. We're also talking to some other charities and other people that might be interested. But I think once it's launched and people can see it in action, we'll get a lot more interest and we'll be able to sell it a lot easier. But certainly, as I mentioned, it's the only tool of its kind that covers all these areas. And any interaction we've had with policy, they have been interested because it is something that could be very valuable if it's tailored to the specific area and policy within that region.
Thank you so much, Francis. And we also have another question here. Can the ecosystem services benefits of PG be fully monetized, not just in terms of farmers, but also for a wider community? I don't know if who wants to pick up on this, maybe Lynn or Renee or Mark.
I think, sorry, I'll
I
just
could answer part of that.
Oh, right.
Another thing, yeah. I can answer part of that from a biodiversity point of view. It's quite a UK-centric answer, but with biodiversity net gain coming into law in the UK on the 12th of February, there are offset payments available for developments which provide grassland as an offset. If that grassland is being lost or the same distinctiveness of habitat is being lost, then there are payments available for that sort of thing. Now, that could be to the farmer if they own the land, it would be to the landowner, and it would have to be managed for about 30 years. But there are schemes currently being developed for that kind of thing. Generally, monetarizing for some of the ecosystem services for biodiversity are very difficult because of the thing that I talked about before with the differences in a farmer could provide the same management as the next door farmer, but might get very different results. So originally going back to David Klein's paper in 2001 on black-tailed godwits, which showed that you got very different performance in terms of the outputs for biodiversity from the same management. So there are some dangers in there, but there are ways to make it work. But that's just from a biodiversity point of view.
So much,
if I
Mark.
just,
do you want to add something from the wider perspective of the community? Sorry.
Do you want me to make my point, Dinah, or shall I?
If you have one.
Yeah, the point is that I think that from our data and from other projects, there's a lot of discussion about how to take this forward, not just with permanent grassland, but also in relation to making change rather than measuring outcomes, if that makes sense. And to do that, there needs to be a very thorough understanding of what change is likely to lead to positive biodiversity, but also other ecosystem outcomes. So I don't want to neglect the role of cultural ecosystem services, because there's a huge, if you like, drive from the public to support those kinds of ecosystem services, cultural, aesthetic, but they must be linked to payments. And that will be another element in the discussion. I also want to flag up all the controversy about greenwashing that's going on at the moment and greenwashing. And, you know, there's also a danger with that interface that any measures will be regarded as one or the other.
Thank you very much. Paul, do you want to add something?
Yeah, just very quickly, I think one of the biggest controversies that we've had in the last year was obviously on something like the nature restoration law. And one of the key issues that as farmers had for eco-services systems was there was no new money. The common agricultural policy was always the go-to tool in order to, I suppose, you know, to fund the nature restoration law. And from a farming point of view, if we're expected to do more, then new money is going to have to be made available in some shape or form. We've always said that, you know, the biodiversity element needs to come with long-term thinking. And, you know, the 30-year, I suppose, vision period is something. But if you expected, or as a farmer, to take sort of land out of, I suppose, agricultural production, you are going to have to fit that economic void, has to be filled in some shape or form. So new funding will most certainly need to be needed. The common agricultural policy has effectively stood still for 20 years. No new funding has gone into it. And really being asked to do more for money that is now historically 20 years old, inflation and everything else has been eaten into that, is maybe a little bit too big an ask on farmers. So new money, please. And I'm sure plenty of farmers would be very interested in eco-services. But I can't bring a photograph of a nature habitat down to the local supermarket and buy food for the children. And I think that's the reality. And we just need long-term vision. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. Nina, do you want to add something? A question? Yes, please.
So we've now learned over the last couple of years so much about ecosystem services, multifunctionality, innovative management options for permanent grasslands. What do we feel? How much of that knowledge can we actually now translate into arable cropping? Because when we talk about permanent grasslands, we talk about very often livestock, and we have, Lynn mentioned that we have a change in the society, that maybe also diets might change. But then on the other hand, if we increase the plant-based protein developed or delivered via cropping systems, we have potentially higher nitrogen emissions, we have less ecosystem services, we might have less biodiversity, etc. So what do we think? Can we transfer some of our knowledge now from the permanent grassland to the cropping systems as well? Or do we need a super C?
Who wants to reply? Paul, do you want to?
Yeah, I can have a go. I mean, yeah, there's no reason why not. I mean, there are other projects, and there's one started up which focuses on legumes throughout different agricultural systems, so within cropping systems, but also grassland systems. It's looking at legumes and that relationship between ecosystem services and integrating legumes into systems. So it is happening, yeah. So the question with it, I suppose, with the cropping system is that you come back to what Lynn was saying about the sharing or the sparing, and that's a sort of big question within a cropping system, whether it's edge of field or in field. With permanent grassland, we can certainly do the sharing very well in a permanent grassland system. We can have that multifunctionality and produce meat and milk. In a cropping situation, it's a little bit more complex and might be a bit more of a trade-off there.
Very well. We also have a question here, and I think that probably this will go to Mohammed. If carbon content of PG grassland soils is so variable and or uncertain, how can carbon footprint be accurately calculated at farm level?
Yeah, it is tricky, yeah, but yeah, in this case, you have to calculate the carbon budget of a longer period. So to cover all this kind of variation in weather and in environmental in management. So if you cover it on longer periods, then you will be able to get it right. Yeah, because you cover all this kind of variation in weather and variation also in the management.
So when you are speaking about a longer period, you considered 30 years or 20 years or?
I think the longer will be the better, you know, but yeah. What I have seen, what I showed before, you know, is just over 16 years. And I got all this kind of variability due to weather and due to management. So the longer will be the better, you
know. John, do you want to add something?
Yeah, maybe just to come in on that. I think it's important to focus on the big issues with calculating carbon footprint. So clearly, there's a lot of carbon calculators out there. I don't think many of them give a definitive measure of what the carbon footprint of a farm is, but what they do is highlight where the main issues are likely to be it nitrogen input, feed input, fertilizer use, energy use, and that kind of thing. So by focusing on the main efficiency gains that you can have from production, that's probably as good. I wouldn't worry too much about the actual number, the carbon footprint number. It's about making sure that the inputs are used as effectively as possible to minimize the carbon footprint. So yeah, just a comment.
Thank you so much. If there are no further questions here, so I would like to thank everyone, for the panel participants and also for the speakers in this morning session. And we will have a break for lunch. So we almost ended on time. So we'll have an hour, 1 hour break. So we will start again at 2:30 Brussels time or 1:30 UK and Portugal time. Thank you so much and see you in the afternoon.
Okay, welcome back to the afternoon session of our program. We will have 3 talks today. Andy Shin from Portsmouth University, Richard Goudet from ADAS, and Eric Hunter from SLU. And then also a panel discussion. And welcome back here and also online. Many of you know me. I'm a professor at ETH in Zurich in Switzerland, and always good to point out that there's this white spot in the middle of the European maps that we sometimes show. And working a lot with grasslands, but also croplands and forests in terms of biodiversity and greenhouse gas fluxes. And within SUPER-G, we were active in work package 2 and 3. But it's not about me, it's about the content that we collected and the knowledge on policies. And we'll switch back and forth between citizen and policies and policy tools and what is needed, and then your most urgent questions then also in the panel discussion. But the word now goes to Andy Shin, who meets us from Portsmouth University online, and he's a senior lecturer from risk management and uses quite a different portfolio of techniques and methods to look at risks and sustainability issues in agri-food and environmental aspects. and also likes to transfer scientific knowledge into policy recommendations. Andy, are you with us?
Yeah, can you hear me?
I already see you.
Hello.
Welcome.
Thank you. Okay,
And the
cool.
floor is yours.
Thank you. So today I'm going to briefly introduce like the work we've done in our work package, which is mainly related to citizen priorities and preferences regarding ecosystem services provided by grasslands. Next slide. Thank you. So we've mainly divided this work package 4.3 into two phases. So the first phase is mainly about qualitative research work, which intended to explore like issues relevant to societal preferences for ecosystem services from grasslands using focus group discussions with citizens. And the phase two is mainly using quantitative research methodology to link citizen perceptions of ecosystem services with their attitudes towards different environmental management policies. Next slide. So, as I mentioned, the first part is more about the qualitative work related to focus group discussion with citizens. So we conducted 15 focus groups with residents of rural areas, urban areas, and young adults from rural areas in 5 European countries, Czechia, Spain, Sweden, Switzerland, and the UK between 2020 and 2021. So a total of 104 participants attended our focus group discussions. So we mainly used thematic analysis to analyze the data and got some key topics covered by the focus groups. So you can see where we did data collection. It's mainly to cover the different biographical regions of Europe. Next one, thank you. So we've got some key findings from this qualitative research. So overall, we can see like participants perceived grassland landscapes positively, describing connections to the landscape through their own experience, emotions, environmental characteristics, activity, access, and cultural identity. So I think it's quite good to see like we identified 14 ecosystem services which could be divided into 3 categories, including cultural, provisioning, and regulating and maintenance ecosystem services, which aligns with the scientific categorization. Of course, we prompted to have more discussion about these benefits among the participants. So we found prioritization of different ecosystem services from grasslands varied between countries. For example, for those from Spain and Sweden, they emphasize more about provisioning services. And for Czech and Swiss participants, they care more about regulation and maintenance services, while in the UK, participants mentioned more about the cultural ecosystem services. But one thing I need to mention is like, because this is more qualitative work, sometimes we need to be cautious if we want to generalize our findings to a larger sample size or even the whole population. Thank you. Next. Also, like the participants have mentioned a few like problems and threats to grassland, which can be classified into 3 main themes. The first one is conversion of grassland to urban land use or cropland, or reduction of access to the grassland. The second one is degradation of different grasslands. The last one would be the abandonment of grassland or a lack of management by farmers. So basically, urban groups were very concerned about the conversion of grassland to urban land use compared to the other groups, while rural groups are more frequently discussing like overgrazing and population, which is more relevant to the grassland degradation. And they identify a lack of training and knowledge of land managers and lack of profitability as drivers of conversion of grassland to other land users. Thank you. So during the qualitative work, we realized people perceived different benefits of grasslands, but we also found when they talk about grasslands, they tended to link the different ecosystem services to the countryside or rural areas in general, rather than specifically mentioning grasslands. So in order to help citizens better complete online surveys, we try to get more information about citizen perceptions of ecosystem services provided by rural areas in general. So we did data collection between the October the 1st and November the 1st in 2021 among citizens in 5 European countries. So still from Czechia, Spain, Sweden, Switzerland, and the UK. We had a total of 3,190 responses for analysis. We used a few different data analysis methods, including the dependent sample t-tests, ANOVA, and structural equation modeling. Thank you. So there are some interesting findings, like, of course, there has been some research doing one single European country in the published literature, but I think our findings are a bit different from their findings. So in our research, we found regulating maintenance ecosystem services were overall valued the highest, followed by cultural and provisioning ecosystem services. So I checked some other research, especially like one conducted in Germany. They found like people valued like cultural ecosystem services more than the other ones, so which is a bit different from our work. So specifically in our research, water purification, improving air quality, and the beauty of nature were 3 most valued ecosystem services, but raising livestock or human food was the least valued across all the selected countries. So we think it might be related to like the negative environmental impacts of livestock raising, and also some concerns about animal welfare. So cities tended to less value this provision service. Among the different countries, Spanish participants perceived highest levels of benefits associated with all the 3 categories of rural ecosystem services. So we can see the origin line was always on the right side. So however, like Swiss participants had lowest benefit perceptions regarding regulating and maintenance, as well as cultural ecosystem services. And both Swiss and UK participants had lowest benefit perceptions of provisioning ecosystem services. Next, thank you. Of course, as we mentioned in the qualitative work, people have perceived them threats to grassland. So it's also the case for rural areas in general. People like perceive different problems and threats associated with rural areas, including activities that may cause environmental degradation. Also, some the uncertain impacts of land use change, as well as some socioeconomic issues within agri-food supply chains. For example, the uncertain change of consumers' consumption habits, also some farming succession problems, or like the instability of food price. So we have divided the detailed threats into 3 main types, and we realized there were higher levels of threat perceived to be associated with activities that may cause environmental degradation and socioeconomic issues within agri-food supply chains compared to land use change. UK participants perceived strongest threat associated with rural environmental degradation and land use change, while Spanish participants perceived strongest threat associated with socioeconomic issues within agri-food supply chains. So based on these, we're trying to further understand like consumers' attitudes towards specific environmental management strategies. So we use two examples. The first one is stronger environmental regulations in rural areas, and the other one is rewilding parts of the rural areas. So we found Spanish and UK participants' support for both policies was significantly higher than Czech, Swedish, and Swiss participants. Thank you. And then, since we've got some knowledge about citizens' perceptions of ecosystem services, also their perceived threats the current rural areas are facing, we use these perceptions to predict their support for different environmental management policies. So overall, their perceived ecosystem services benefits and rural threats were associated with greater support for rural environmental management, although the strength of the associations varied across countries, also types of different ecosystem services and rural threats and management strategies. Specifically here, we found there's a negative impact of perceived provisioning ecosystem services on citizen support for environmental management strategies in among Czech and Swedish citizens. It means like in the two countries, there might be more trade-offs between different ecosystem services when it comes to specific environmental management policies. So we definitely need to understand how to solve the conflicts between citizens' needs for different ecosystem services. Also, we found pro-environmental attitudes and citizens' trust in government rural management were positive associated with the support for rural environmental management across the countries. Thank you. So based on these findings, we've got some policy implications. The first one is it is important to undertake more effective communication about the management strategies to citizens, especially explaining the enhancement of rural ecosystem services benefits and the potential in alleviating different rural threats. We also need to try to increase citizens' linkage of ecosystem services with specific rural areas. At the same time, we realize some rural threats might have been neglected, so we need to raise citizen awareness of different threats facing the rural areas. And also, we found like trust in government rural management is positively associated with their support for environmental strategies. We need to build higher social trust in government rural management, as well as building stronger pro-environmental attitudes through environmental education. But most importantly, I mean, based on all the implications, we always need to consider the differences across countries and also the differences across social demographic groups to make more targeted policies. So, so far we've published one paper in land use policy based on the qualitative data, and we have 3 papers under review and 2 in progress, like based on the quantitative data. Yeah, thank you, that's all.
Thank you, Andy. We do have time for questions, either
Yeah.
online or here in the room.
Yeah, I'll stay online. I mean, I don't know if like maybe other people will do their presentation first, so we can answer the questions at the end.
While the audience here in the room is still thinking about it, Andy, you said that in your citizen focus groups, the conversion was kind of the largest risk that the urban people said. On the other hand, in the online survey, the land use change, which is kind of linked to conversion, was the least risk perceived. How do you get those two results together?
Yeah, and I think the problem is like the first is qualitative work, so relative smaller sample size. At the same time, the first part is more emphasized grassland, so people paid more attention to the grassland use. When we come to the rural areas in general, they put more emphasis on the environmental degradation. So they kind of put more less emphasis on the grassland change. But of course, in some countries, they still pay a lot of attention to the conversion of grassland to urban land use or cropland use. But the things like it seems like very little concern about the abandonment of grassland, especially in Spain. However, based on the current scientific literature, I've found it's becoming an increasingly important issue in some regions of Spain. So that's why I'm thinking like how to raise citizens' awareness of these different threats facing rural areas.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So our next speaker is Richard Gooday from ADAS, and he will tell us about policy tools. Richard, lots of experiences in working on agricultural aspects, and also a experienced modeler for, you can read it here, the farm scoper model. That's widely used across England, and looking at impacts of land use, farm practices on the delivery of ecosystem services, so at the core of SUPER-G.
Okay, I'm the one here taking the glory, but I really should acknowledge Tom Burke, my colleague, who spent a lot of time actually building the interface and fielding questions to me, or like, oh, wouldn't it be cool if the tool could do this? And I guess responding to agile development as it was, and also people both within SUPER-G and outside of SUPER-G who've chipped in with recommendations for data sets and things that we need to take account of. So what was the policy tool under SUPER-G was really for use by policymakers or anyone really to look at ecosystem service provision by grassland, and that we could use it across Europe. And we've made a tool that lets you see what changes in management intensity, what the impact of those is on its services, so changing the extent of permanent grassland, intensity, or changing farm types. And the tool we've built it's an online web tool that's dynamic and updates in almost sort of real time. So it's not sophisticated enough to do sort of detailed policy assessments. It's more of a simple what if we increase the livestock or decrease the livestock type scenarios, really. This is a simple schematic of how how me as a modeler views a farm. So you've got some cows or whatever stock, you've got some arable land that you might use to feed the livestock or just sell off, and you've got some grassland, you might bring in food, and obviously you'll be fertilizing the grassland possibly. And that, your livestock they'll need a certain amount of energy to keep them alive. So basically, you're trying to give them the food from the different sources. So what the tool does is basically it calculates the fertilizer used to keep the livestock happy, and then calculates the ecosystem services off the back of those equations. So I mean, here's sort of spelling out the equations you've got. So the tool uses livestock units. So the total energy we need is the number of livestock units times the energy per livestock, and then that amount of energy is provided from the feed, some of the arable land possibly, and the grassland. And we've used typical data from sort of UK published information on livestock unit requirements and energy provided by different types of grassland and arable use to help us work out those equations. And ultimately, given some other information that I'll sort of come on to the next slide, we end up saying, well, we need to have so much energy from the grassland in this area. So what we have to do is work out, how much fertilizer do we need to apply to grow enough grass to meet that requirement. So what we did was we derived some yield response curves from UK fertilizer guidance, having to put some sort of lower grass growth categories in there for some of the more Mediterranean parts of the country, parts of Europe rather. And then for every NUTS2 region across Europe, we worked out what the relevant curve was based upon data on soil water capacity, rainfall, and sort of the thermal growing period. So then, for each country, for each NUTS region, we can then work out how much grass we can grow given the fertilizer. In terms of the input data, we had Eurostat data mostly for 2020, but some countries don't have more recent data because they've left the EU or whatever. So for some countries, the data is slightly older. Arable land, permanent and temporary grassland, and grazing livestock. And that Eurostat data has 27 a lot of farm types. So what we kept the ones that had grazing livestock and then lumped everything else, all the vineyards and cereal cropping, into one other category. And then we had expert opinion on how much of the arable land was being fed to the cows and how much of the grass, what was the grass utilization. In terms of the ecosystem services, it's a similar list to those you've seen several times already today. The one that's missing from that list is the sort of cultural, recreational, aesthetics one that we really didn't think we could quantify at NUTS2 scale. And we certainly couldn't quantify the sort of changes in that service given the levers we'd have within the tool. So we're left with those 5 up at the top. The data to drive them was all sort of aggregated by NUTS2 region. And where there wasn't data, so we didn't have any white, with Nina by me, I can't have any white spots. So where there was missing data, we've either used a proxy variable or sort of just taken it from the nearest neighbor or whatever. So we've got full coverage. And you can't target, because everything's aggregated by NUTS2, you can't spatially target within a NUTS2 region where the change might occur. So the next few slides say how we calculate the ecosystem service values for each NUTS2 region. In terms of food production, we derived some coefficients in terms of output per livestock unit from the farm accountancy data network. So there was 2 fairly sort of consistent trends of more profitability per livestock unit for dairy farms and fairly strong relationship there. Arable coefficients were based on Eurostat cereal yield data and sort of international commodity prices. And then because potentially the grassland might be sold rather than fed to the livestock, we have a sort of silage coefficient per tonne of dry matter. Climate change, we've got a simplified version of the European Union GHG inventory with sort of country-specific implied emission factors per livestock unit and per hectare. So those factors account for differences in the management between the countries, such as the use of slurry, but they're brought into the tool as coefficients, so you can't alter some of the details of that management. So we've got all of the enteric, methane and nitrous oxide emissions. What we don't have is any sort of land use change, LULUCF type of factors in there. In terms of water quality, there are various different pollutants that we could have considered, and they possibly act in different ways. So we constrained ourselves just to nitrate, and we've not attempted a sophisticated nitrogen balance calculation or surplus or anything like that. We've just assumed that potentially 30% of what is applied could be leached, which sort of mirrors what's assumed in the GHG inventory. So we've taken arable fertilizer rates from published data for Europe. The grassland fertilizer rate is obviously calculated within the tool, and the N excretion per livestock unit we've derived from the GHG inventory. So that gives us our N applied, and then we've just taken, how much of that is applied is leached. It's 30%, and then a fraction of that taken from the Materia Europe model. So the ultimate leaching is a function of soil type, rainfall, denitrification based on carbon and temperature, and the land use. In terms of biodiversity or species richness, one of the graphs that's shown earlier by Richard Frankson, we've assumed that basically, mirroring what's been said in one or two slides, that species richness declines linearly with increasing fertilizer. So the arable value, because our arable fertilizer use is fixed, the arable value is fixed. And as you put more and more livestock into the tool, you need more fertilizer, so the species richness drops down. The one thing we don't have is a difference in richness between regions. So the grassland value is, the maximum grassland value is the same across the whole of Europe, which is an area it would be nice to improve if we thought there was the data to justify it. And there's still if someone can suggest that data set, we've got 2 weeks or so to include it. And then in terms of erosion, we've used the universal soilless equation, which is erosion as a function of climate, soil topography, and land use. And some nice people at JRC basically gave us the main data sets we needed to calculate that. So we took their erodibility and topography outputs and just aggregated them by nuts 2. And then obviously we've got the cover management factor, depending upon whether it's arable or grassland. So that's how we calculated all the services. In terms of the tool itself, my one techie line, it's built in Python using the Dash framework. It's a web application that I'm not showing it live today, but it is relatively quick to update as you fiddle with the levers and sliders and stuff. It's undergoing some final modifications. I'm putting the final data set in. So I'm showing some results in a minute, but don't pay too much attention because everything's going to change in the next couple of weeks. And we're hopefully going to put some sort of help information in there as well. And much like the farm tool, it will be linked from the SUPER-G website, and we'll keep it up for 2 years. Just a couple of slides to show you what it looks like. So this is the sort of the default interface. So you've got a map of all the NUTS2 regions, and that map can show you different. There's a map control tab, so you can change what it displays. It's displaying areas of different farmlands or livestock density or grassland utilization. And then on the left, once you select a NUTS2 region, the left-hand tab then shows you details of that region. So you've got up the top pie chart of sort of land use and farm types. So we've got Southern Ireland, which is mostly grassland and predominantly specialist cattle with a chunk of specialist milk in there. And so then the general details tab that you can't quite see lets you change by farm type. But here we've got the specialist cattle. So there's the specialist cattle farm is mostly grassland with 1.3 livestock units per hectare. And then you can see in this NUTS2 region on the right, you've got the services, the service scores. So then what you could do is say, okay, what if we went from 1.3 livestock units down to 0.5? So then you can see, food production obviously drops. It's climate change. So, we're going to flip this round so that climate change is a high number is better. So climate change is currently dropping because you've got less cows on there. And the water quality is improving because you've got less cows. And then one of the other things, when I put this slide in, I realized that the tool doesn't have any constraints on what you can do. So you can do things that aren't really that practical, such as making most of Southern Ireland arable land. But if you did that, then you can see the consequences of it, whilst keeping the livestock numbers the same in this situation, but ploughing in all that lovely Irish grassland and trying to grow arable crops on it. So, and then, yeah, so up until now, I've just been showing you one place selected. You can select multiple NUTS2 regions, and then it gives you the aggregated data, but you can't slide things. You can't change values when you've got multiple selected. All you can see is the outputs. So yeah, that's the policy tool that will be online again soon. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Richard. Lots of time for your questions or the questions online. Yep. Mark.
Hi, Richard. I'm thinking about your biodiversity data request. 2 weeks. I'm just wondering if there's some sort of correlation between species richness, north-south, that you could use as a proxy. I can't imagine you can find NUTS2 level stuff, but if you could use a kind of proxy of species richness increasing as you travel south, would that do?
If it's robust, vaguely robust.
I'll open my computer sometime, today or tomorrow, and have a look, see if I can find something.
The intention of the tool wasn't to contrast regions. But it would be nice to have some of that regional variation there.
Okay.
So we have one question online that says, in the Netherlands, we experience a serious discrepancy between the rural areas and the farmers and the more industrialized areas. This works also out in government money invested in those areas. I presume you have seen that too. Did you also see areas where they deployed successful approaches to improve or solve these discrepancies? So rural areas and the industrial areas. Are these NUTS2 areas small enough to check that?
There would be in some places, but it's not something I've looked at in the tool. I've just taken the data. I'm not worried about what's driven it really.
This question was basically meant for Andy Jim.
In the room here. Did you check that with some policy makers? Do they understand what you want them to do?
I've been discussing with JRC people primarily, so there's been some interaction about what it can do.
So what are your plans to make that tool known to the Agri and all other policymakers in Europe, in the UK, in Norway, in Switzerland?
I hadn't really thought about it. Hopefully the SUPER-G website gets enough traffic. Put all the wonderful videos on it.
So Consulai, how do we do that? Adas, you are now in demand.
We will have next steps and probably we will migrate. We still don't know exactly the time frame, but in 1 year or a bit more, most of the dissemination tools and materials to the website of the SUPER-G, to the EU Farm Book. So this is a platform that is being built. Now it's still on the project phase, but we hope that in 5 years it will be taken by the European Commission and managed by them. So this will be a kind of a knowledge reservoir for most of important dissemination materials from the remaining European projects. So we hope that this can be also hosted there.
It's worth saying that most of the discussion has been at European policymakers level so far, for the policy tool anyway. But I think, yeah, there is a job to do to look at opportunities at national level as well, to see if a similar policy tool at national level would be interesting for policymakers in each country.
Because if you were to do it more locally, you could go down to finer detail and spend more time on some of the parameterization at that scale.
Do we have connections to all the agricultural ministries and so on that come on a regular basis to Brussels, maybe even in here?
Yeah, I mean, in the early stages of work package 5, so policy tool development, we had discussions with a number of different ministries at national level in terms of what their policy priorities were, and that was in those discussions we sort of developed or got some indication of the type of policy tool that might be interesting for them. So I think now at this stage we can go back to those. So I mean, each of the project partners will know who they spoke to, so they will have the opportunity to go back to the same people, or at least the same department if there are different people, and have further discussions.
Good. Yeah.
We have now 2 tools, one farm tool, decision support, and one policy tool. And partly we do the same kind of, well, estimations or calculations, right? I mean, we are looking at ecosystem services. Did we have a check whether they are maybe consistent or contradictory, and if so, do we understand it? So the first question is really, did we check whether they are consistent?
We haven't, but I imagine they're the same. I mean, it's probably worth doing, but I'd imagine they're the same because the relationships are similar.
We're working from the same set of indicators. So it's a question of which of the indicators are most applicable or most easily applied at the farm level for farmers, and which indicators are most easily applicable at a regional level in the policy tool. So where do we have data sets that give us information on the different indicators? So the 2 tools using slightly different indicators from the same pool of indicators that we produced from work package 2.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but I saw one indicator about water quality. I thought that the decision support tool had a sort of negative effect with increasing stocking rate, and I thought that you showed something different there.
I might need to flip mine around because some of them are still
okay, but anyway, the point is we need to check the consistency where we can.
I think there is consistency. We might need to check on the terminology in the tools so that it's clearer. Direction of change is clearer.
Right. Yeah. The fact that Rene can attest from his spreadsheet with the.
Good. Thanks a lot, Richard, for a very nice presentation and discussion. May I ask Eric Hunter to come up to the panel? Eric is from SLU, so the Swedish Agricultural University, and is in the Department of People and Society. And there he is very much involved in how and why agricultural organizations prosper and increase in changing and challenging environments. So one of the bigger aspects of Eric is really bridging policy and practice, which is exactly the question that we had after Richard saw. Eric, it's all yours.
Okay. On. All right. Thank you very much for the introduction and outing me as a social scientist. I think maybe I can add to this that when I'm cooking for myself at home, I'm a vegetarian. When my wife cooks for us, she tends to cook a lot of meat, typically organic. But when I go out to restaurants, I eat mostly McDonald's and junk food. All right. So again, I'm Eric Hunter. It's nice to be here. I'm going to talk about what we call within the project Task 4.4. But for the purposes today, I'm going to talk about how we've gone about working with developing policy briefs and integrating sort of the findings that you've heard a lot about today with the stakeholder workshops across Europe. I'm going to talk about some of the challenges that we have incurred and our plans going forward. I believe we are the last planned work package. So we have at least until the end of this month to finalize things. So. All right. Oh, and one other shameless plug. This is my university here in Sweden. My office is right about there in a little castle. All right. So the aim of our Task 4.4 was to more or less synthesize the key project findings and develop policy briefs to support permanent grassland systems and ecosystem services. Simple enough. To do this, we used a mixed methods approach, and it basically started, oh, and let me take a step back. I know everybody did the polite thing and thanked everybody, but really, honestly and truly, I'm more a parrot than I am one of these well-respected researchers here. I'm really taking the data and the information that we've all conducted in the project. So everybody's sort of been involved in this task here. And that's reflected, I think, in the large amount of high quality research output we've produced in the project. As of December, I believe, we've got around 50 different types of publications in different journals, conference presentations, including around 13 reports. And what I've been learning today with a lot of the new findings, there's still a lot of very interesting and maybe some of the best research is coming out right now. So the idea was to go through this and really try to read and understand. And I wasn't just telling you about my preferences as a vegetarian when I cook for myself, an organic eater at home. I think it's important to discuss our biases when we're talking about policy development. And I think coming here today, you know, I read a lot of the news about all the protests and I was scared to death. You know, what if I, you know, piss off the wrong group? But I think it's important. You understand now I'm a social scientist, and that means that, you know, I don't understand as well as maybe some of the other research here, some of the very technical natural sciences. And sometimes I gravitate towards more of the social science findings. I believe myself to be a very neutral participant, probably more so than most people here. You know, I'm not an agronomist, I'm not a farmer. You know, I went to a typical business school, grew up in a city, eat organic, conventional, you know, so I really don't really have a stake in the game. So I've done my best with the limitations I have, with the help, of course, of my colleagues, to try to come up with policy recommendations and ideas that we think make the most sense. Okay, so after we were done with that, we also, the idea was to have consortium workshops, and a big part of our task, we had to filter a lot of the data. I mean, with 63 different types of publications, several of them over 300 pages long, we had to try to find a way to filter all of this data into meaningful, actionable points. So we did that by holding 2 consortium workshops, and this is where all of the colleagues here, plus a lot of them that are online, by the way, welcome, nice to see all of you today. This is where we asked them which of your research findings are generalizable, are interesting at an EU level, at a member state level. So yeah, we did that. And at some point we actually wrote policy briefs, and we solicited input from the colleagues, and they did that. We followed this up with 20 interviews with the task leaders, because the next thing we wanted to do was not just find out what their key findings and results were, but we also wanted to know what are the policy implications. And then finally, the idea to bring in stakeholders. We conducted 5 stakeholder meetings in the different biogeographical regions, as well one in Brussels online. And the idea with those was to validate some of the ideas and the emerging policy implications that we thought were interesting and relevant. Yeah, so as I said, the idea behind this methodology, basically to try and synthesize the evidence, prioritize our findings, and come up with a set of policy recommendations. And already in June, we produced the first 16 policy briefs, and these weren't shared publicly, but they were shared within the group. And already we learned some things. This one, for example, is one of the very earliest ones that was written, and it's maybe part of my bias showing. I was heavily involved in the task 4.1c, which was really about reviewing the different key policies in Europe that really impact farmers, permanent grassland management decisions. And I think, totally unbiased now, I think it was a very interesting report that maybe hasn't been read by enough people, maybe because it turned out to be 374 pages long. But what we did, more or less, well, I'll give you a short synopsis of one thing that we did in the project. So we looked at all of these different policies, and we tried, as most policy researchers do, we tried to identify who the different targets of the key policies in Europe were. And then we also tried to get an understanding when we added up all the different policy instruments that are used, the sticks, carrots, and the sermons, regulations, subsidies, information. What we tried to understand is the policy logic. And if anybody is familiar with this cascade framework from Van Zanten, we use that to try to understand the policy logic. And his model is quite interesting. What it does is it looks at who the target of policy is, and then it moves up towards the landscape management. So you target farmers, and if you target farmers and landowners, the idea is that they'll manage the land the way you want. All right. And the cascade continues. Ideally, our hope is that if the farmers just follow the regulations that we have, the ecosystem services that we want to flow from this land, it's going to happen, right? And of course, continuing the Van Zanten, we didn't go so much into how do you establish regional competitiveness, because certain regions, like in Italy, there's some very good wine. I don't know what Brussels is famous for, chocolate, right? Certain regions can focus on certain ecosystem services to strengthen competitiveness. And this is sort of a closed loop system. And when we looked at who the targets of policy were, who are we targeting with most of the policies? Well, if we just looked at the instruments, most of the policies basically use subsidies and regulations, and they were targeted not uniquely, but significantly. I think it was around 67% of the policies instruments that were used were targeting specifically the farmers and the landowners. So based on that, and using this Van Zanten cascade framework, there were a number of sort of opportunities that are being completely missed. One of them is, for example, and we've heard it today, a lot of you guys have stolen my thunder. Thank you for that. But we've already heard it today that, payments for actually doing the ecosystem service that we want might be important. So one of the recommendations is to perhaps target the demand for specific ecosystem services, rather than hoping indirectly they'll flow from subsidizing or regulating farmers and landowners. Okay, so I said that there were some problems, and already here we had a problem. And what was the big problem? Well, this was done before the changes to the cap, before all of this flexibility came into play, right? So we've written 16 policy briefs, and right now we're at the stage of still filtering. Is this still relevant today? I mean, we haven't analyzed what all the member states are doing nowadays. You know, I suspect that most of the policies, most of the subsidies are still doing the same thing. They're still targeting the same people with the same types of regulations and subsidies. So maybe this still has relevance. And this is kind of an open question, you know. Can we target demand for ecosystem services or target the ecosystem services directly, you know, like they did in America? I'm Canadian, by the way, but I remember when I was younger, they had the Got Milk campaign. You know, milk consumption was declining, and everybody started drinking milk because they used less celebrities to make drinking milk cool again. That's an example of how policy and can reinforce some of the things that we think are important. And moving back from drinking more milk, that means we need more cows, we need more dairy farmers, we need more people with animal husbandry, grassland husbandry, so on and so forth. Okay, that was sort of one of the first things. Now, another problem that I think I'm really starting to grasp that's emerging today, we have a lot of very interesting results that, as you know, my colleagues said, are based on an n equals 1. As my colleague Jin online said, you know, some of the results are very complex and they're anecdotal, they're qualitative, they're not generalizable. You know, so our first task was to create policies, and we did. But in discussing it in the group, I think we've run into a problem. We haven't done a good enough job synthesizing the findings that we have. And I don't think that that's really going to move the proverbial needle. So what are we going to do? Okay, by the way, here are just 6 other policy briefs. I just wanted to give you an example of the variation that we had. You know, some are based on findings from the research with stakeholder attitudes, some on permanent grassland management, typologies, trade-offs, et cetera. I think we have 2 on the last presentation we had. So we have a number of different ones, but still, they're targeting different problems, or maybe they're targeting different solutions or root causes. So we need to find a way to do a better job of synthesizing. So what we've decided to do, I don't know if it's because we love grassland so much or Paul is so persuasive, but we've decided to write a report. And at the moment, it may be a report that's independent, but it might be part of the final report where we're going to try to synthesize the findings. So one example of what we're trying to do is we understand that resources are scarce, and it doesn't help the policymakers and administrators when we have a lot of different policies and we have no way to prioritize them. So what we're trying to do, one example is we're trying to find synergies and policy recommendations that may solve similar problems related to things like abandonment or intensification or some of the problems that we've heard today. And we're going to try to, you know, maybe we use the traffic light system inspired by Francis earlier today, but give a sense of urgency and where we believe different things need to be prioritized. Now, to do this work, some of you may have heard of the theory of change. And as a social scientist, thank you, Nina, I am biased. And we've had a lot of discussions over the years about policy development and what's relevant. And I know, having been in a lot of projects and in several EU projects, I see the policy administrators whip out their cameras and their pens and pencils when you start modeling something. The problem with modeling and all the quantification that my dear, brilliant natural scientists do is that oftentimes it's an oversimplification. And we believe that to have effective policy, it needs to be efficient. So we need the natural scientists still. But it also needs to be relevant. It needs to be democratic, and it needs to be legitimate. And I think this is what Paul O'Brien and the farmers that are protesting, these are some of the issues that they're touching upon. We have a lot of technocratic solutions without a deep understanding of the people that are involved in the system. So this is where our stakeholder workshops came in, and this idea to validate our findings, and the idea to, is there some way, in a meaningful and interesting way, to take these nuanced findings of n equals 1, or the finding that, you know, citizens are complex, that's a fact, and they're all over the place. What can we do with it? So using this theory of change, you know, we're looking at 3 minutes, okay. My mic's not working. Okay, here we go. So we're looking at least 3 different layers. And if we start with the problem, very early on in the project, we surveyed the consortium, and we asked them, what are the key threats? And the number 1 threat was abandonment. I think number 2, if I remember correctly, was drought. Number 3 was intensification, and there was conversion of lands, right? So all of these data points that we have, that when we just focused on the policy briefs, were lost, but now we can bring them back in, because a lot of these studies, they might just talk about the problem. Some of them are very good at talking about mitigation. You know, what can we do about the problems? While others get really deep and dirty. These are the natural scientists. I'm pointing at you now. You know, they get into the root causes. So using this theory of change, we're trying to understand more of the causal pathways, right? You know, if abandonment's the problem, what's behind abandonment? And then, of course, the solutions are going to differ. You know, the solutions have to be tailored to the problem and the root causes. Okay, shoot, I have 10 minutes. I'm going to try to do this fast. I'm still a little bit cross with you, Paul O'Brien, if you're online. You took a lot of my thunder today, but that's a good thing, because it's one of these data points I'm talking about that validates some of the things that we're thinking. You know, a lot of your presentations took away some of what I thought was going to be my thunder today. So 10 policy permanent grassland recommendations that we've discussed in the groups, that emerged in the workshops, that we mostly agree on, that don't seem to be too complicated. And all of these have a story behind them, and I wish I had more time to talk about it. So educate citizens on the threats, and we heard that today. Educating farmers, and this is what we're doing with the decision support tools. One of the interesting things that came up is educating politicians. You know, in one of the focus group, or one of the stakeholder workshops, you know, they talked about the politicians who only think that it's hay that they're selling, and they don't understand the importance of what we've been dealing with for the past 7 years. Okay, as I mentioned, perhaps more policy levers should target things other than landowners and farmers, maybe demand for ecosystem services or specific ecosystem services. This, I think Paul already touched on, increased funding for more traditional mountain pastures. These are the people across all of our workshops that suffer the most. Requiring systematic engagement of stakeholders and ensuring transparency of decision-making in the formulation of member state CAP strategic plans. This emerged when we were preparing for the workshops, and we had access in some countries to how the policy development cycle worked. And I'm not going to hang out any of the countries where we didn't get transparency, but in Sweden, for example, it was beautiful. Every single stakeholder that sent in a complaint as policy was being developed was publicly available and easily accessible, as were the responses to the European Commission, which are, I mean, it's better than reading a novel, right? But in other countries, we couldn't get access to these things. So there are a lot of questions regarding these things of legitimacy and democracy that popped up. And I think one easy win from a policy perspective is to, you know, make this more systematic and more transparent. 1 minute, oh my God.
No, -1.
Okay. No, you took 10 minutes of my time. All right. fun more research, fun Super G2. But this is why y'all really came. These are the 10 controversial things. Okay. And I'll be honest, they were a lot more controversial before our project leader told me, Eric, you cannot say these things. So we've toned this down to recognize the importance of ruminants and ensuring the delivery of ecosystem services in permanent grasslands. I wanted to write, we need more cows, and then clarify what I meant by that. We need more of the right cows. We need more of the right kind of animal husbandry in these places like mountain areas, low value area. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm just going to click through these here. I'm sorry. I talked too fast. Yeah. Thank you for your time.
It's a theory of change, right?
Yeah.
We just go back once more. Okay, so you can now all read that and think about this one question to make that -5.
You were, in fact, the inspiration behind
All that?
this,
Good.
because they
How come?
relate to your next session, the
Yeah.
things I wanted people to think about.
I know, that's the reason why I wanted you to flip back, so. Any direct question to Eric before we get into the panel discussion? Mark.
Just a very quick one, Eric. I think I just want to slightly reframe the n equals 1, because I think what I was trying to say and didn't get across. The evidence is robust, so it's not n equals 1. But what we're trying to do is apply those findings to individual situations, which are context specific. So, and because we're dealing with farmers and their livelihoods, it has to be fair.
Yeah.
And there are lots of reasons why an individual site might not be predictable in terms of its in terms of what actually happens with management.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to reframe that slightly.
Thank you. And I'm glad you brought that up, because the problem we're dealing with is, rigorous academic traditions where academics are scared to be normative. And if you ask the academics like we did, what are the key policy recommendations? Do you know what the most common one is? Anybody want to guess? We need more research, right? So how do you balance the need of policymakers and administrators who need to make decisions today with the need to be rigorous and robust in our findings? And that's what I was trying to get at. Thanks.
So we have one question online that now brings us almost into the panel discussion. What does target the management of predatory species mean?
Okay, so
Target the management.
this
Okay.
was thank you for the question, Richard. This was one of these toned down, and I appreciate you guys for saving me from me. The first bullet point was shoot the wolves, but this isn't my opinion now. Don't kill the messenger. This was a theme that came up in the different workshops we had, that these farmers are already working on razor thin margins. And by the way, Paul, you stole my joke about you can't be green if you're in the red. I was going to use that today. But that is a simple fact. If you take away the subsidies, most of the farmers are in the red. And if you allow the wolves to eat their cows, these already very marginally profitable farmers, they are no longer profitable. And that's why they abandon the land. So we need to have a serious discussion on how we do a better job managing them. And virtual fences, as we learned in the workshops, they don't work in very remote areas. Wolves just step right over them.
So let's give Eric a big hand. So I would like to invite a couple of people here on the panel. Carlo, that would be perfect. Linfreur is online, and Esther Lele from Hungary, and Francis from the UK. Esther, can you please come up here? Yes. So we need Francis, Esther, Carlo. Please take a seat. And we have Lynn online, and at one point in time, we will all have opportunities to quiz those or comment on it. So now we've heard a lot what the farmers need and what the politicians need. So obviously it's the very first question then to Carlo. So the policies that we have, is that what the European society needs for and from farmland grasslands? Do we have the right policies at the moment?
Yes. Honestly, I speak on behalf of myself, not on behalf of the Commission. First of all, disclaimer, because then it can be reported as wrong. But I mean, in general, I would say the current, if we look at the evolution of the regulation about permanent grassland, I think we did a lot of improvements, since the beginning. First of all, there is a support which was not the case like 20 years ago, not direct support. It was indirectly on beef or whatever, sheep, but not directly supported. There is, there is a good balance amongst, let's say, the interest of the different parties, as we discussed just before. So, first of all, the farmers. But to be honest, this was our, the Commission and DG Agri in particular, main objective to do with the farmers, so to cope with the problems of the farmers, to provide the support to the farmers. But as you have seen, little by little, we have introduced a lot of, let's say, environmental conditions, so which go in the direction of balancing the different interests. So the environmental aspects, so let's say environmentalist reasons, or the citizens in general needs and requirements, for me now are quite taken into account. It is not perfect, probably we can still improve, but still we have a mix with the protection of the, for example, of the grassland to avoid the conversion, with the respect of different GAICs, not only GAIC 1 and GAIC 9, but also other GAICs. The use of pesticides or herbicides. We have different rules that are not only in favor of the farmers, which is, I repeat, our main target, but also taking into account other aspects. So for me, we are, maybe we are not perfect. We are not yet at the optimal point, but all those aspects are taken into account. Let's say this is.
Thank you, Carlo. Lynn, are you still with us online?
I am indeed. Can you hear me okay?
Maybe, maybe not.
Can you hear me?
Yes, there she is. So when you look at that, and based on what you found out in work package 4, so Carlo said, do we have the right balance? It might not be perfect. How would you now, what would you say to DG Agri and the European Parliament? In which direction should they go? And how should they do that?
I'm going to say something controversial, and I'm going to say this because it's fine and you can't get at me. As an audience, I'm going to say I think we're asking the wrong question. I think the question that we should be asking is what does European society want from agri-food systems? And that would be a question of looking at how to integrate these different data streams, to look at the drivers of people's requirements, societal requirements, but also consider the demand and how that then influences drivers. And the reason I think I'm being controversial, I'm sure somebody's going to tell me off about this later, is that I think we have to consider permanent grassland as a part of a broad range of agricultural systems and also rewilding schemes, and start looking at how these integrate together to deliver the ecosystem services that society wants. So it's a slightly different question and a slightly different approach to pulling that data together, social science data, natural science data, political theory, into a single model, an understanding of how we want our future agronomic systems to look.
Well taken. We heard also today quite a bit that the landscape is very much relevant. And we have heard that some of the policies, or many of them, they actually target the farmer, but at the end, the farmers are not independent on what we have in the landscape, particularly then also when we look at climate change. There is lots of talk about how to keep the water in the landscape, how to mitigate drought effects and so on. Francis, how do we get from a farm into a landscape?
Farm into landscape, I think it's an interesting question. I think education in terms of ecosystem delivery, and I think certainly from a farmer and certainly coming from a livestock science background, dealing with a lot of farmers have focused on production, focused on the livestock that they're producing, either the liters of milk or the kilos of beef or lamb that they're producing on the farm. And they maybe have a lack of understanding just of the other ecosystem services that they actually are providing. And I think there's a huge education there. And I think Eric actually summarized it up in his final two slides really, really nicely. I think that's something that we need to better educate people as actually what ecosystem services can be provided. And even if we go back to one of the presentations earlier this morning, just how we get that balance right, how we actually get, how do we get like a compromise? I don't think we're ever going to get maximum production and maximum environmental on the same. It's just going to be almost impossible, but there is a lot of balance in there. In terms of landscape, there's also the education to farmers around what society want and what society expect from the landscape. And I think sometimes we've been, from a farm systems perspective, we've focused too much on the production, and we actually have lost sight of what the landscape looks like and what society wants the landscape to look like. And in some of our more intensive regions, we've maybe moved to intensive indoor production of ruminants instead of having them out in the fields. And I think society, knowing where the food comes from, and that's something that we also need to bear in mind, just how we actually get that balance correct to both get the optimum level of production and an optimum level of environmental aspect as well.
Issa, you looked a lot at society and what society wants from grasslands. What is your take on that question?
Yes, thank you for the question. I thought about it a lot, and I have four thoughts about it. The intention and the requirement of the society to the grassland is very, very interesting. I wrote in a paper from Switzerland. Was a very big survey on the intention of people regarding the cultural ecosystem services. And a very strict relationship was found between the different cultural ecosystem services as the religious things, the recreational thing, the landscape aesthetics, but was no relationship with the nature, perception and the nature. So how they observed it. And it was very interesting because yeah, the cultural ecosystem services has a big relationship between the population density on the country. So it was a spatial survey, so they could observe the relationships between the spatial distribution, and the distribution was very strictly connected to the population density. So was no relationship with the nature values. And we in a literature review, a systematic literature review, found also that the most important threat on the grassland was the landscape. So the land use change, both the abandonment and in the intensification. But for the cultural ecosystem services point of view, the second most was the recreational activity on the landscape. So both the excursions, the quad sport activities, skiing, and so on was a main threat on the grasslands. And just two issues from the society. One is that nowadays, in these weeks, I've heard a big advertisement, on a big challenge and adventure in the grassland in Hungary for quad excursions, and this was planned on a highly protected and highly sensitive area, grassland area in Hungary. And from that advertisement, I could perceive that the main issue for the people also that the wilderness and the nature is very dangerous, and we have to win against it and not live together with the nature, but we have to defeat it. And another point of view also that in the urban area, also in Hungary, there are some plans to establish wildflower patches for bees and for pollinators. And there is a very ambiguous behavior from the society against these wildflower patches, as they are weedy patches only, and this is the one aesthetical point of view, so they don't like it. And the other, they are afraid of the bees, so the stick of the bees, so they are very dangerous. So generally the insects are very dangerous. So this was my two perception, and they are very interesting from the society.
Yep. Well,
just a question to the panel really about, I mean, obviously we've had discussion about the farmers and whether the farmers should be encouraged to take on ecosystem service delivery. I would guess, I'm not sure, but I guess most of the public's interaction with food, and therefore indirectly with farmers, is through the supermarkets, the butchers, I don't know, the dairy producers and this sort of thing. So to what extent do you think the supply chain has a role in promoting ecosystem service delivery by farmers? You know, effectively telling the farmers that they have to do, rather than it coming from policy, it comes from the people they actually sell the products to in the first place, as to whether that's feasible, sensible, or is it just going to be greenwashing from their perspective? I don't know if anyone's got a comment on that.
Shall I answer that one?
Francis?
If I could start, no, I think certainly if we look at our retailers and look at our supermarkets and the people selling our product, they do have our farm quality assurance status. They do have a number of aspects already there. So indirectly, I think there is a demand for that, you know, anyway. So I think that's already really happening. Maybe not for all ecosystem services, and maybe they haven't went to as far as they could, but I think to some extent there is a desire there, and certainly animal welfare is high up the agenda, and I suppose it's been one that's been the top of the agenda for a lot of the supermarkets in recent years. I can see this coming as well. For example, pasture-fed beef or pasture-fed milk having maybe some premiums in some places relative to say house-produced livestock. So I think it's there to some extent, but it could be further exploited. But also, I'm also conscious that there's a bit of a discussion going on online as well, and you know, in terms of where the value for ecosystem services come from. And I totally accept where Paul comes from. I don't think society at this stage are prepared to pay for it, but I think indirectly through food production, there'll be an element will come through there. But I also think we need to look outside of agriculture at some of the other benefits that some of our land use may have, and actually payments, maybe not necessarily from CAP, but from another department, may actually may come in there as well.
Could I say
agriculture into the whole food system that goes from conversion to agriculture via the retailer, even then to health? So I think there the agricultural policies also should not be watched and considered separately. But that for me means that we're rather interested in the results, while what I've heard here and also some of the discussions that Paul brought up online, the payments or the policies are still very much on the management, action oriented, not necessarily results oriented. So how do we get to a results oriented policy, be it at the EU level, because then we would need to know what is the result that we want. Is it pollination and with the danger to be stung by the bees, or is it the pollination in order the habitat and everything else? So how do we get to results-oriented policies, knowing the heterogeneity within Europe, even within certain all countries? Can I give that to Carlo to tell us? How do we get to results-oriented payments? Then also maybe need to be shifted. So how do we address that?
It's not an easy question, but it is exactly what we are trying to do. As I showed my first slide this morning, we had this. We have on the current CAP 9 objectives: free economic type, free environmental, free social. So what we are trying to do is a CAP based on results, and there are indicators for each of those objectives. So as I said before, we try to have a combination of indicators. So not only, okay, the income of the farmer has been satisfied, let's say, and that's all. No, we have also environmental indicators and social indicators. If there are no more young farmers, just to make an example, in the EU, it is a failure. So this is, I mean, something that should be considered. So I think this the combination. I mean, at least this current CAP is based on the achievement of this galaxy of objectives. And well, hopefully we'll see the result, but the implementation is in the hands of the member states. That's the point. I mean, that's a bit, they have an amount to spend. How to spend this, I don't say we don't care, but we leave the freedom to the member states, and whether the objectives will be achieved, it's themselves, they fix their objective. The objective should just at least reach, I mean, follow a trend, positive trend in terms of the objectives. So, yeah.
What we, but not you, see online also a discussion about long-term considerations, be it in terms of the demography, that is at the moment not long-term enough, be it with the policies. But also just the question came up, should SUPER-G become more influential? And now this is the question to all of you. Do we need to be, as an EU project, as researchers in our nations with probably good context, do we need to be more active? What do you think? Eric?
I want to ask for your permission to just, if that's okay. And the question I thought was really a good question, you know, how do we get to results-based payments? And I believe that part of the problem is a lack of resources. There's only so much money that the EU has to distribute. And some of the suggestions that we had in our workshops, in our country workshops, and it was repeated in them, was, you know, the question, why are we paying land managers to not manage the land? So the suggestion was to transfer money over to them. And if I mean, whether or not that's possible and with the unintended consequences, I don't know. But if we were able to do that, we could clearly have a lot of extra money left over for results-based payments.
Do we have examples of something like that, a policy that worked in terms of the result, really, maybe not fast, but really effectively?
Yeah, I don't know whether Esther, you want to comment on the policies. I mean, we saw in the Kishkunsha National Park that there were payments being made to a farmer to manage the grassland in a quite a specific way to support the biodiversity there. Was that seen as being successful from the farmer's perspective and the policymaker's perspective, if you know that?
Yeah, this is not a production-oriented payment, but they are only for, not only, but they are for the maintenance of permanent grasslands in Hungary. And this is all in the Kishkunsha National Park. So it is a highly nature protected area. So this area is in a governmental leadership. So they pay for the maintenance of the natural values there. So and it is not on the economic. Anyway, the farmers there, they can also live from the farm, but by the way, they get subsidies. So not only from the selling the meat and the milk, but they get subsidies, and without these subsidies they could not survive there. So it is important. And may I have a thought? The other by the policy, I think it is very important, the education, and also the SUPER-G project has many findings on the management of grasslands, the sustainable management. So the education part is very strong here, I think. And also the point of view was in the question, what the society require from the permanent grassland. I think it should be changed. So how the society could live together with the permanent grasslands inside and from the permanent grassland, but not the requirements are emphasized, but yeah, the living together in peace.
Living together is like in a family. Everybody has their own agenda, right? Carlo?
No, I would like to add something on the, yes, this maintenance of the land, because this is where I think there can be a good contribution from the SUPER-PG, because SUPER-G, sorry, project, because what we have now, we have this decoupled system of support. So you produce or you don't produce, you get the payments. It is not linked to production. Now, when you don't produce, you still have to maintain the land according to the regulation in a state suitable for grazing or cultivation. So the conditions for this land to be maintained in a state suitable for grazing or cultivation are decided by the member states. I would say 90% of the member states, the minimum requirement is to cut the grass once a year. And here comes the point that we need to know whether this cutting the grass once a year, first of all, maybe apparently is good because there are no insects, no snakes, so there is a good perception because, okay, the meadows are in a good state, but what happens to biodiversity? What happens to soil erosion? What happens to all these kind of different impacts that can be on the land? We don't know. Honestly, we don't know. And we as Commission, we have no, let's say, arguments or no regulation to support any objection to say, okay, cut the grass once a year is good enough or is sufficient. Now, if there are some inputs about, for example, the dates where this cutting of the grass should be done, or the modality, or the, for example, the fact that from time to time you have to reseed to have some new biodiversity. This could be, I mean, scientific arguments that could help us to say, member state, you have to do something more.
Maybe I can throw in some examples from a non-member state, because in Switzerland we do have obviously lots of agriculture. 70% of our agricultural area is grasslands. The Swiss agricultural stakeholders say Switzerland is actually a grassland. And there maybe for, I don't know, Diagri or others to have a look into that little white hole in the European map sometimes might also be useful. Since many of the policies that we have in Switzerland are results oriented. And there are regulations when to cut certain grasslands in order to get the direct payments or the subsidies, incentives to do that. And so maybe we can help there a little bit. I'm sure you're aware of what's going on there. But I think it also shows this discussion that we might almost be at the end of today and almost at the end of SUPER-G, but that the challenges and that the policies that we need to create are way more long-term than with or without more or less finances for the EU and the Commission. Much more long-term in order to have how we actually called our project, sustainable permanent grasslands in Europe, services, management, and policies. Lynn also had commented on the long-term sustainability endeavors, how the longevity sometimes is also called. So I think there's still more to do, and we will not solve that, not in this panel. I think we have done quite a bit
Sorry, I think I just had my hand up quite
That,
back.
sorry.
I can't quite hear what I'm saying. See, I need to be switched on. I just wanted to make one comment, and I think it relates to Eric's presentation as well. What we've got now is a snapshot of how things are from our perspective. But in 50 years' time, we might have different priorities. And I was taken with Esther's comment that people don't like bees. Some people do like bees. There are differences in different groups of the population. But quite clearly, if we look at historical transition, one is a transition in diet, that I think we might have different policy objectives continually emerging. And I think it's really important to track societal priorities rather than work from a series of continual snapshots, just to understand more effectively where we're going in terms of policy. And there's a lot of research and discussion at the moment about alternative proteins, which would have a massive impact on some rural transitions. So looking at the bigger picture, I think, is really important. Sorry, I'll be quiet now because I know it's difficult with the hybrid system.
No problem, because that brings us back to the entire food system, where with the permanent grasslands, we have a look at one aspect. Also then linking legumes, alternative proteins, croplands, and so on. So more to do. And with that, I would like to thank the panel here, but also all the comments that maybe you also then saw online. And thanks a lot to the discussions and the questions and the comments that you had to these last sessions on permanent grassland policies. And I think we should give the panel a big hand. With that, I would like to give the word back to Paul, who's already approaching, to wrap up, as it said here on the program.
Do I need the missing? Yeah. Thanks, Nina. Thanks, everybody. Well, it's been a tremendous day. I think you've had a very good impression of the joys and challenges of managing and carrying out a transdisciplinary project. You've heard about the natural science, understanding permanent grasslands in terms of how they deliver for the ecosystem services, and the social science, trying to understand the farmers' priorities and preferences, the citizens' concerns, all the rest of it, trying to gather the evidence, synthesize it, and translate it into sort of policy recommendations, or try and understand implications of what we found for policy. So yeah, it just really leaves me to sort of summarize and just give out a bit of information in terms of where we go from here, what's still to do. So yeah, look out for a few more reports, look out for the policy briefs, which will be coming soon, the synthesis of what we've done, the fact sheets you've got, but they're also online. Look out for the videos, the Atlantic, the Boreal. There's one from Poland on the conic horses. We've got the Alpine one already, so we had a taste of there today, but each one of those tells a slightly different story about what permanent grasslands do, and you know, perspectives from farmers involved in managing them. So look out for those, look out for the tools again, which are coming soon, will be hosted on the SUPER-G website. And yeah, I look forward to continuing communication. Although the project officially ends end of February, the website's still going. So any queries from delegates, yeah, we'd welcome any sort of questions or comments by email or by social media, or go to the website, where I think at least mine and Dina's email addresses are there. So welcome any sort of continued communication. Yeah, beyond the project, and as the new projects come online. Just a few thanks. I'd like to thank Kopa Košice for hosting us today at such a wonderful venue. I think it's worked very well. Thanks to all the chairs and the speakers, particularly our guest speakers. So Paul and Carla, I think you did a fantastic job. Like to thank all the delegates online and in person here in Brussels. Particularly like to mention our project external advisory panel, some of whom were here today. So there's Maria Bastidas, Jeanette Brandsma from Copacogica, Elias Ferris Castiel, Alan Matthews, Isla McCloskey, Neil and Nils daughter Linda, and Joseph Sitelli, who all gave very useful input along the way through the project to guide us on the way through. Thanks to Susanna for helping us coordinate organisation of this event and to other aspects of the project, and to Piret Nukas, who is our project officer. And also particularly like to thank Dina and the Consuli team for all the sort of technical support and putting all the presentations together and all the filming. We'll thank you again tomorrow, but for now, thanks very much. And then just a word on other things that are available. So you might have seen on the table outside, there's a set of photo books. And the photo book is like a celebration of everything that Permanent Grasslands do for us. It was part of the sort of project activity to have this photo competition, and that's the result of that photo competition, which looks at photographically celebrating everything that Permanent Grassland does across the different ecosystem services, and looks at threats and other aspects. So if you want one, pick one up, or pick up more than one up if you want one, if you think that you have the people who would appreciate that, or if you want to take them as presents for other people, that's absolutely fine. There will be a recording available of today soon, so that will be available to view, and all delegates will receive a set of the policy briefs and a link to where we've got the PG portraits and the PG Atlas hosted on the website. And I think that's about it. So thanks again, everyone again. We can look forward to tea and coffee here for those in Brussels. Everyone at home, you'll have to boil the kettle yourselves. But safe trip to the kitchen or wherever your kettle's situated, and everyone else, safe journey home when you get around to it. Thank you very much.
Since I will be gone tomorrow, I think we should also thank Paul for great leadership and also all the work package leaders. But Paul, thanks a lot.